The awkward silence as we're waiting for it to connect. There we go. Hey everyone, Vince here with family and friends for the 50th episode. We hope you enjoy. Let's get into it, guys. So, as we were talking before the episode, hey everyone, Vince here. Oh my gosh, it's
with family and friends.
Which topic do you before the episode, or are we just gonna go right back into what your dad was about to go ranting into?
Well, we can, or we can. We can talk about the acquisitions. We can leave it up to the audience who is watching us, of course.
I say let's let your dad get it out of his system.
No. David, I wanted to hear what are the two things that DC or WB Discovery has going for it right now?
Well, I don't know that I would specific. I don't wrap it up as just like Warner Brothers, DC, Discovery, all that. I just say like for DC properties right now. I really dug the Sandman. Right before we got on here, I was watching the new animated release that they did, where they do what was it, thousand cat nights or something like that, and then I hadn't gotten into Calliope. I don't know how the hell you say it. I hadn't finished the rest of it, but I really enjoyed Sam. No, it's not Cagliostro. It was, damn it. I'd have to turn some stuff on to go see it. Anyways, but Sandman was really good.
I think Sandman was good because Gaiman was all through that thing. He was there in production. He kept it in line.
Yeah.
It was one of the things that like Alan Moore didn't get to do with the stuff they adopted from him, which is why he normally hates everything. He knew that there was a potential that it would go wrong, and he stayed with it the entire way, and that's what made it good.
Yeah, that's why he fought every single iteration of it all the way through. And this one was great. The only problems and the future me that comes in the episode after this, because we recorded an episode before this, so we're playing with time travel right now.
Yes, we are playing with time travel,
but it's fine. The future me didn't quite get into all this, but current me will. Like my only issues, honestly, with the show was the very beginning. They didn't lean in. I felt like to the horror elements of the dreams that were in the very beginning. Like the thing that really it didn't upset me. That's too harsh a language. That I was kind of hoping that they would do more of, and it was a worrying symbol to me, was when Dream escapes. Right, when Dream finally breaks out of his prison in the comics, the guy who is still keeping him in prison, he goes to him and he curses him with ever waking, right? So Dream curses him, he wakes up, a person comes running in, sir, he escaped, and as the person's talking, his face begins to melt, the skull begins to appear, he freaks out, wakes up again, person comes running in the room, sir, he escaped, and as the person's talking, their head falls off their shoulders, lands in his lap, talking the whole way through, right?
It's that never-ending dream. Every time you wake up, you go into another dream.
And what blew me away in this is not only did he keep Dream in prison, but in this iteration of the story, he outright kills in front of Dream one of his ravens. And so then what does this guy get cursed with? Ever sleeping. It's like, so you're okay. And that was kind of the beginning where I was a little bit worried about it. Whenever he gets his bag of dream sand back, that whole episode leading up to it was supposed to be way more nightmarish. Like whenever they show up to the apartment where the woman who has his dream sand is, it was like the first room's covered in gore, and they find out it's her husband and he's still alive, and the hallway leading down towards the bedroom is covered with all these monsters and things, and Dream realizes that it's a nightmare that's come and is inhabiting that apartment and feeding off of this woman, and he banishes it, and that's when they go into the back room and they find her and all the rest of it occurs. So the fact that they kind of shied away from those two things made me a little bit worried, but right around, I think it's the 4th episode when he goes to hell to deal with Lucifer, around that time was when they started going, like Corinthian was great the whole way through, Dr. Destiny was great the whole way through, so there was those hints, right? I wasn't completely being let down. I could see where, okay, it looks like they're going to do this character right. It looks like they're going to do this character right, right? And so I saw what was coming, and I was hopeful, and eventually it paid off, and I started getting more of those awesome, dreamlike, almost nightmarish moments that I was hoping for. And then Lucifer, I don't like the look of Lucifer. I was talking with Amber about it. You know, everybody always wants to point to like Tilda Swinton from the Constantine movie, right?
Yeah.
Where you go for these people that have a little bit more like this version of Lucifer has. I don't like the hair. It's whatever. I know it's piddly and all that crap, but just the hair looks weird. The kind of cherub nature of her face. I'm used to more of the angular, kind of almost alienish look of like Tilda Swinton and Ruby Rose and those type of people that can play that middle road type look, right? So those are really the only issues that I kind of came across with it. But so Sandman's been really good, and I just finished the first season of Stargirl on HBO.
Oh,
And
on
Stargirl,
yeah.
Stargirl is fantastic.
The second season I haven't finished third. Second season gets better than the first one. It finds its footing much better. But by the third one, it's really getting there. And now I think it's gone.
No.
It's one of the ones that's holding on.
The third hasn't come out yet. The third premieres the end of this month.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now there's only 2 seasons out. I just started the second season, and I was starting to get upset because they showed Alan's lantern, and it kept flashing green, and I'm like, you better.
Now I watched it when it was on WB, and I've recorded them. So
no, but season 3 hasn't premiered on the WB yet.
No, it's not going to be on. It's not even going to be on WB. They've said that they're not. It's not going to show.
CW.
CW. That's what.
CW.
No, yeah, that's what I meant. CW.
Sorry, old time.
But they just came back with a whole new list of things that are on the chopping block, and one of them is the best thing that they've got going, and that is Young Justice, and it's not going to continue.
Yeah, well,
and I'm like, why?
Yeah,
that's the best thing you've got.
From what I saw of that, though, it was HBO only ever ordered the 1 additional season. They never told them that they wanted a season 5. It was only a season 4. And what's crazy is that the viewership numbers on that last season of Young Justice like blows out of the water almost everything else they have, including their live-action superhero shows, which are critically acclaimed and well-beloved and all that, like Doom Patrol. Young Justice destroys their numbers. So yeah, I agree. I don't know why they wouldn't keep pushing forward with Young Justice. Hopefully they'll wake up and revive that corpse for the third
Well, and then
time now?
didn't Teen Titans was in the middle of filming, right? And there was rumor they were going to cut it, or they were going to let it, but it was going to be a shortened season. And I'm like, okay, y'all are. And the whole thing is behind this is the company who bought them says that they were not. CW made no money. It was for like 5 or something years. It had made no income, and I was like, okay, well maybe that's what the WB was using that as their tax write-off.
Yeah.
Sometimes you keep supporting something even though it doesn't make money because you get to write that off on your taxes.
Sure. Until it becomes too much of an albatross around your neck.
Around your neck.
I mean, now, they've slowly been finding more of their footing with some more of these shows. Stargirl's been great. I've heard great things about the Superman show. I haven't watched it yet.
I love it, but problem with it is it's too much of what CW did. And it was drama. Superman relearning lessons over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Damn it, how old are you? Haven't you done all this before? Why are you still relearning it? And then you bring in
because your audiences.
Yeah. Well, because they're going for that same audiences like Riverdale, Roswell, and all that other stuff. And it's like it didn't work.
And now they're replacing Jonathan Kent because he left the show.
Well, he left because he was having some mental issues, and so he pulled himself out himself. Oh. And there's a chance that he'll get treatment, and then he might be able to come back. But if they replace him, and that person is great, what's going to happen? They won't bring him back.
Yeah.
And speaking of treatment,
go get yourself right. Go definitely get yourself right. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the future. If you've got like serious mental problems, go get them fixed. Go get the help you need.
Yes.
Otherwise, you turn into Ezra, right? And nobody wants that.
That's where I'm going. Speaking of mental issues and treatments, and let's talk about the other big
elephant in the room.
Albatross.
Yeah.
You know what? In the punch bowl.
Yeah. Which is weird because the punch is red, but the Flash is brown in this case, so it's a little confusing.
So, one thing I got to say before we get started is the whole idea that people are surprised behind that he's checked into a air quote facility, and that the studio is we're proud of him and everything else because they need something to help cover for the new, so they can get Flash out.
Yeah, it's damage
If
control.
you remember way back in the 30s and 40s, this is exactly what the studios used to do when they had an actor who got into trouble.
Thanks, Dizzy.
And they needed to get him out of the limelight. And it's just like they're doing the exact same thing that was done multiple times in the past, but now everybody's acting like, wow, this is different. We're so
I think
proud
I saw
of it.
somebody posted a clip from, I think it was Dennis Leary, who actually did a comedy bit where he joked about that. He's like, he was talking about how if his star was starting to fade, he's like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna go out and like do a bunch of blow, kill people in the middle of the street, and then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna
go to rehab, get all better.
Yeah, everybody's gonna love me. I'm gonna be all over the tabloids. Everything's gonna be great, and I'm immediately gonna be back in the limelight, everybody. And it's gonna be great because I'm cured. It's like, there's a little cynicism to it because it's warranted, right?
Well, I don't think Ezra wants to be cured, and I think this is all superficial. If it was him who wanted it and not a studio pushing him, because his choice was, okay.
We know what his choices were.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, did you know that they approached him and said, look, you either go into rehab and get yourself out of the limelight for 10 months, or we're going to sue you for the cost of making these movies and advertising and everything else. You think Ezra's got that kind of cash floating around? No, his happy ass went, okay, yeah, I'll go into a little place for 10, stay out of the limelight for 10 months.
Yeah. And think of it like the Johnny Depp thing. They took him out Fantastic Beasts, the movie, but they didn't take out Eisner or whatever.
Ezra?
Yeah.
But you also got to remember, right, is that Johnny Depp and his whole stuff came out at the height of the Me Too movement, right? So like if something didn't come out about you and you didn't immediately do something about it, you were having people clawing at your door, overnight, just banging down everything, trying to get you to acknowledge it and react and all this stuff because it was all, believe all women, right? And so that was where that immediate reaction happened. Whereas with Ezra, it wasn't a Me Too thing. It was just a bunch of, they were nasty crimes, right? And it got worse as it moved along. But it was like, because I don't know if they felt like it could just eventually brush under the rug, or because it didn't even seem like they were trying to get ahead of it, right?
No,
it was like
didn't.
They couldn't for a little while.
No, because it kept on coming back to back. And you think about, this actor was already questionable as is. How was he on set? Was he just holding it in the whole time while he was acting? I guess.
Well, there are a lot of people who've been in movies with him have both commented both ways. Some people have said, it was really unusual being around him. He was kind of spooky and standoff. And then there were other people that he was lovely and a great, polite, nice guy. So
depending on what it is, right? If it's something like, depending on what the disorder is, right? It could be a bipolar or something where, for a certain amount of time, he might be completely good, and then he could just turn on you on a dime, right? I know that.
Sadly, if they go off their they get on medicine, they get better. They don't like the way the medicine affects them, so they go off of it, and it's a never-ending cycle for them, and it's sad.
Yeah.
So,
until you realize completely, right, that you have a problem, that you need to fix that problem, and you dedicate yourself to fixing that problem, right? So it's the alcoholics that understand that they can never drink again, because the second a single drop touches their lips, they're immediately back on that wagon, right? And understanding that, you have to understand that, hey, mentally, I have something I have a demon that's always going to be there, and even if this makes me feel off, I have to do this in order to make sure that I maintain myself. Like, overall, I'm a better version of myself, even though I might not feel completely like myself, right? But until they get to that point and that understanding, or maybe some other medication helps them better, but they need to be constantly working with a therapist, with a doctor, to try and adjust that so that they're living their best life without being self-destructive.
Right.
And I hate to say it, that they probably might need to have somebody who is over them. They have their life, but they have somebody who's watching them, checking them, make sure everything's okay.
A minder.
Yeah, make sure they're not running a cult out of a B&B in like Norway or whatever it was.
Or in a farm or something like it. Yeah,
it was,
some of the later reports. 2
different farms.
Maine.
His parents' farm and another one.
So, Dad, I want to. My buddy Edwin's asking, what about Ruby Rose leaving Batman?
He was
asking.
pushed out. I saw that. But she was pushed out.
Yeah, she was causing problems on the set and with other people.
All right,
And
somebody's got something backing up.
it's
It's his machine.
Oh, okay.
His machine.
oh, that's my machine that says watch your blood sugar, idiot, you know. But it's 137, so I'm below the 150 mark.
Oh,
so
good.
It's going to keep
That's good.
going for a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
But I like Ruby Rose. I just felt that she was put into a limelight with that movie, like she hasn't been in others. That she felt like a spokesperson for the community, and it caused her to carry almost a chip on her shoulder. And sometimes that happens to the best of us, man, woman, or child.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get a taste of success and you kind of lose your mind for a bit.
Yeah.
But I have no problem with it. I just felt that after it fell apart, they should have retooled it instead of just pushing right back out there with another version of her and trying to pretend nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Yeah.
It did, and audiences were aware of it, and it stays with you while you're watching the show.
Yeah, it created a stigma.
Yeah.
Although the replacement lady, I can't remember her name at the moment because of reasons. But no, she was actually not bad as a Batman.
Not bad, yeah.
She just really wasn't given a proper shake at it because of the stigma that was already there.
Yep.
Yeah, here's the problem. If you're going to put a character, you know, I'm going to say this. CW did one good thing for Warner Brothers. It kept heroes in the limelight and in people's attention. I don't care what you thought about Arrow. I don't care what you think about Superman. I don't care what you think about Flash. They kept things going in the momentum. That's why we were getting all those movies and people were still paying attention. But when you go and take a show that's really Batman based, but you remove Batman from it and you skirt around the fact that Batman's not around, it's going to fall apart eventually. The one thing I loved about the Teen Titans series is they kind of addressed that. They gave us a Batman. You know, he got killed, but they gave us that. And they gave a reason for, you know, the whole, for Dick to mature, become Nightwing. And everybody was like, well, they should have just made Dick Batman. Dick doesn't want to be Batman.
No, he wants to be his...
He spent his whole life trying to get out from under the shadow of Batman. Why would he then step into it for the rest of his life?
Well, and then when they gave him the cape and cowl after the New 52, you know, he was a totally different Batman. And then people hated it. They wanted Bruce back. And it's like, you don't even give the character the chance to take up the mantle and see where he goes. No passing of the torch for the next generation. And then you think about, like, when the same thing happened with Azrael, he was a completely different Batman too, and he was killing people, and, you know.
Yeah. The problem with Azrael was he was a psychopath, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the funny things that I think about when it comes to, like, the 90s, right? And a lot of people complain about the bust that occurred and all the nonsense with, like, all the 50 million holographic, you know, lenticular covers and all that nonsense.
When speculators came in and drove the market, you mean?
Yeah, but you know, during that time, we got some of the biggest transformations for a lot of these characters and a lot of these stories. At least I can think of on the DC side, right? I mean, that's when Hal went nuts and killed the core, and Kyle took over, and it created this entirely new dynamic for going on screen.
Superman died. You had Flash die.
And that took over. Flash, Wally stepping into Barry's shoes and becoming a greater Flash than Barry ever was.
Yep.
For everyone who wants to say who is your favorite Flash, that's fine. But Wally is a better Flash than Barry. Period. He learned how to manipulate the Speed Force in ways that Barry never imagined, and that's fine. That's great. That's what these.
And it goes back to I'm going to say something. Kyle. Kyle was my favorite. Hal has always been my favorite. He's my heart. That's one I grew up with. All right.
Hey, Donkey, how's it going?
Kyle became the one I associated most with because he was an artist. At the time, I was trying to be a comic book artist. And he was using his creativity to create things that Hal, John, and
Guy Gardner,
Guy Gardner couldn't come up with. And then nostalgia always comes in, and they want the people to bring back the original, and that's what happens. And these guys kind of get pushed off to the side.
Yeah.
there was a time once, a long, long time ago, that me and a bunch of my friends went to a con, and Stan Lee was there, and it was the first time I ever met Stan, and I got to ask him some questions. And one of the questions I asked was that how can we not? One of the things about heroes is that there's a time for them, and then they die, and somebody else takes the mantle, and then you move that along generationally. But in Marvel, all the heroes happen at that point. Up until that point, it was only a 10-year period for all the heroes. I was like, that doesn't make sense. I said, look, Franklin has been a 5-year-old since I was a 5-year-old. Let the guy grow up. And so yeah, eventually they did, but they did it in such a messed up way. Well, you know what? I'm a 5-year. I'm watching somebody on TV, and the guy goes, "Why don't you grow up?" And Franklin goes, "Yeah, boom," and he's an adult. And I was like, okay, that's not what I meant. And
Wait, are you to blame for that nonsense?
I don't know. No, I'm not saying I had anything to do with that, but it was funny. And then later on, they started manipulating time so they could give us both the child and an adult.
Yeah, because we got 2099 at that point, just after that. Because I remember Spider-Man and
they would take characters like what they did to Spider-Man during that one period after with Kraven the Hunter and him being poisoned and Spider-Man everything that happened to him with the Clone Saga, and one day he wakes up and I'm just fine. I'm okay with it. No, you're not. People who go through those kind of traumas are never okay.
Yep.
Allow that character to grow and deal with those things. Don't just, okay, well, now we're going to go back to where we were, back to one, everybody, like on a movie set. Let them grow and let them deal with it. You wrote that damn story in, so now deal with it. And if you don't want to deal with it, don't create those types of stories. That used to kill me, man. When I had my comic shop and I had lots of kids coming in and their first experience to Marvel and any superheroes were cartoons, and I would go, okay, this is a good segue for me to introduce a child or somebody into the history of the comic, show them where the comics are, what the differences are, and introduce them to an even better version. Because anything we get on TV is always going to be sterilized.
Yeah.
And, you know, I would sit there and all of a sudden be talking to one kid about what happened, showing him the comics, and all of a sudden I'd end up with a circle of kids while parents walked around shopping and me telling these stories about the origins. And but then they'd come back, hey, I read this, what's the next story? Oh, come over here and get it. And it did wonders for my business. Introducing them into that and helping them know the difference helped me keep my business going. That's something that's lost in comics now. You know, nobody talks about the back issues. They try to sell you a bunch of trades, but it's, you know, usually the first thing out of their mouth is who's the artist, how much it's worth now. You'll never be able to find it in regular print. You should buy this instead of selling the story. Okay, I got off my tangent. I'll shut up now.
you're good, Dad. So Dizzy was saying that he would like to see just a Batman show where it's like a lot of it's the Bruce Wayne stuff, you know. But I added that, you know, I'd like to see him just as the detective too, you know, because we don't.
Well, I was gonna say I just replied to that comment. They tried it with the cartoon stuff.
Yes.
And then they tried it with the movies, and those evolved where eventually characters were brought in. And now that they're starting over with this new Pattinson series of being the detective and stuff like that, hopefully they can do something like that. But unfortunately, I don't think a TV show would do it, because somebody would muck up the works and say, we got to have Robin, we got to have this.
Well,
So,
and the same
as
thing
much
that happened
as-
with Gotham.
Yes.
Gotham was supposed to not be about Batman. It was supposed to be about the city and how it got to where it was, and all of a sudden it became all about all the Batman villains without Batman.
Yeah, all of a sudden, all Batman's villains are going to be geriatrics by the time
Yeah.
they get to it.
This is our call to our claim. It's the lost years of Batman and his villains at the retirement home in Gotham City.
That's right.
Now, as far as a TV show, I could see a show that has him going off and learning from other detectives, learning to hone his skills, almost a CSI or NCS, whatever that other one is, where you get into the minutia of investigating that lead to where Batman becomes Batman. That might work as a show, especially if you get the right writer involved in it, somebody who's used to writing crime dramas or writing that kind of investigative story, because there's more to Batman than the cowl. He trained for a lot of years to become who he was. And the one thing I've never liked about any Batman, you never see him physically training, learning. They show him pumping like with Ben Affleck. I'm gonna lift weights, but you don't see him learning acrobatics. You don't see him learning martial arts. You don't see him honing any other skill except I'm gonna run through a brick wall because I'm big and buff.
And that's one of the things that I was gonna say was the scope of it would be almost too large, right?
Mhm.
Because it's not like he just sat in Gotham and went down to Ted Grant's gym and learned from how to box, and went down this other side of the street and like learned this, and met up with the Flying Graysons when they were in town at the circus, and that's where he learned all of his He went across the world, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He went world traipsing, and that's where he picked up all of his skills. It would be an awesome thing to see, almost like a kung fu type show where it's just him like him just traversing around and running into various things and learning his skills and all that. That'd be awesome. I don't know that anyone would ever do that because again, it's too wide of a scope, and I don't know if they'd be willing to dump the resources in to make that a good show. But that would definitely be a really interesting. If you don't want to just go straight to Batman, but you want to show more of the greater world of Batman's world, that would be a really cool way of doing it. Is definitely showing his training and coming into who he is.
Because if you remember, not just Ted Grant, who was Wildcat, or what was his name? I think it's Wildcat.
Wildcat.
Yeah.
Wildcat.
There was another detective that he trained under who also was a superhero, and that guy was more the trench coat, hide your face fighter.
Question?
Not question. It was, I can't remember what his name was, but he was the one who gave Batman Bruce, the original Robin outfit. That outfit was actually Bruce's originally, and if you go back and look at the Legend of Batman, they tell that story. And then when he finished, he graduated beyond it, and he moved on. And I always thought that was funny because he tried to stick Robin into that when he himself refused to remain that.
Robin,
so
I have these tight little green breeches, like they're like booty shorts / underwear.
You're gonna look like an elf with a mask on.
I know some women that would watch that show. Honey, where's dinner? I'm watching my Robin.
That's right, his unitard.
Well, I mean, we could give him something similar to
wearing pants.
Solomon Grundy want pants too.
Solomon Grundy.
We talk.
We've quoted that so much in my house watching Stargirl because Grundy looks terrible, but Grundy's in it. So yeah, every time he appears on screen, if it's not me, it's my son. If it's not my son, it's my daughter. Just Solomon Grundy want pants too.
Well, see, I always hated the fact that they turned Solomon Grundy into a DC's version of the Hulk, and he was never that. You go back to his original origins, it was all the mystical and all the other things that were part of the DC side of the universe, which has kind of disappeared until recently once we got Justice League Dark and it all started coming back.
That's why I really liked the Swamp Thing show, and I was sad it died because you had that awesome, the gross mystical part of the DC universe coming in. That's where we had Swamp Thing. You saw Xanadu, right? They eventually could have brought in Matt Ryan and introduced Constantine, however you want to say it. It would have been awesome to see that, and it's like every time I start thinking about these characters, it's like I would love to see them do like Jason Blood and the Demon Etrigan. And
I want to see Etrigan so bad.
Stuff. Like, every time they start doing stuff, I look at it, I'm like, man, I would love to see all these different characters, and they just keep falling back to Batman and Batman. Like they can't even get Supes right, and that's the sadder part of it is like they struggle so hard to get some of these characters going on the bigger screens when on the smaller screen they've been killing it for decades. It's like, guys, you see what you did over here? Just do that again, but over there with a bigger budget. How is it that hard?
Yeah.
Like, people beloved the Batman animated series and Superman, Justice League Unlimited and Justice League were fantastic. In fact, the second season of Stargirl opens up with this little girl who's upset with her mom, and she goes out front to her house and sits down. And the second I saw that little girl, I was like, she would be perfect to play Ace of the Royal Flush Gang, right? And what was funny was the second I said that, my son was like, "Oh yeah, when Batman sat with her on the swing set."
On the swing set, yeah.
It was so powerful. And then what made it funnier was Eclipso shows, well, whatever, spoiler, bullshit. Eclipso shows up in the body of a little boy, and that little boy is like, "Hi, my name's Bruce." And me and my son just started laughing our ass off. Because it was just one of those weird things where we're talking about, you know,
Yeah.
a completely different show and referencing it, and yet somehow the universe came together.
What
and
is
made
that, serendipity?
Yeah, that little bit of serendipity there was pretty cool.
There's another. What did you think of Cain and Abel from House of Mystery and all those comics appearing in Sandman? I mean, I love them.
Yes.
Those were the horror comics I read when I was a kid. All the EDC and all the DC stuff.
They were perfect. Like the way that, again, so many characters in that series were great. And actually, the more that I think about it, probably the only character and the way that they behaved was a little bit off from what I had in my head canon. Was I was expecting Death to be a little bit more playful, right? Like you look at her in the comics, and she's like laying down, picking roses while she's talking to Dream, and she has a little bit more of a almost cat-like playful nature to her. At least that's the way the art seems to make her come across. And in this, even though she wasn't like completely stoic, right? She still kind of joked.
She had a maturity level to her.
Yeah, she seemed much more mature, whereas the Death in the comics seemed like, you know, a little bit younger than the way she. Not that it's you know, game breaking or takes me out of the moment, but you know, just little things like that.
Like I told you, I love the series. I can't. Hopefully, there'll be a second one because I want to see where they go with it.
Well, now you're going to start getting into cosmic politics whenever Lucifer turns over the key of hell to Dream and all that other good stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to more of it, and hopefully DC will see the success of that show and understand, hey, if we just play true to the continuity, that it's like all these different companies keep trying to reinvent this wheel. It's like, guys, you had story. It's like Star Wars, right? You had stories, you had characters, you had things that you could have taken and told and retooled it just a little bit, but you could have done it, and it would have been able to establish all these things that you wanted, and they just throw it all, the baby all out with the bathwater, and they keep trying to do these weird new things, and it's like, why are you reinventing this?
I'll tell you, there's a reason. There's a reason why they do it.
Well, it's rights, right? It all comes back to
that. It has to do with rights and merchandising, and the master of it is J.J. Abrams. I'm not going to go any further than that, but that's why he's screwing over every one of our childhood dreams.
Constantine, man, Constantine. It's not fair.
But
yeah.
Do we have anybody asking a question? Because I was going to say one more thing.
No.
Let me see. So, yeah, go ahead.
About feeling bad for Clayface. That's about it.
So, I hate who I'm about to bring up, and I'm trying to delay it because I can't remember what his name is. It's hard to hate somebody you can't remember his name. It's not Gaiman. It's the guy who
Grant Morrison. Not Grant. Yeah.
Grant Morrison. Thank you. And the one thing I did like that Grant Morrison ever did was the take on Damian as an adult and taking over the mantle of Batman, but being his own Batman and not being trying to mimic something, the legend. He was like, I'm who I am. I love, this is who I am, and I'm not going to be my father. And when you fight him, you realize I'm not him. What'd you think of that?
It's been so long since I read that series. The only thing I really remember from Grant Morrison's run was whenever they were fighting some like super Batman, and they knocked his helmet off, and it turned out to be like little baby cloned Damian or some shit. Grant Morrison stuff is so weird and just off. Like some of it's kind of off-putting and out of place. He tries to go so crazy with his concepts and things, and when he's playing in established universes, I don't generally care for it, to be honest.
And every time he's done it, he's ruined what he's played in. You know, they become critically acclaimed runs, but yeah, if they were a one-off, an Elseworld or whatever, that's perfect. But by the time he's through with the characters we know, that we don't longer recognize him, and that's because of his whole thing of dismantling. What is it? He calls it, where he wants to take them apart and see what they are.
Deconstruct the hero.
Deconstructing them. But sometimes what he ends up with is nothing like what I thought the character was like. So it's very much opinion driven, because it's his opinion on these characters instead of what the fans or what the individual reader sees.
It's subjective to him and his weird, crazy drug cases.
Thank you. Subjective. Yeah. Well, can you imagine some of the dreams that guy has? Him and Alan Moore. Ooh.
Oh, then
what? Dreams of tentacles and snake gods.
I think people are going to be smoking Alan Moore's beard for years after he's gone.
Who's the other guy that's nuts? That's I can't remember. We talked about him before. Besides Grant Morrison.
Who? What?
Who's the other writer that we hate too? That's like that does DC in those weird different directions and. Because we talked about it in a previous episode. It's not Grant Morrison. It's the other one. It's freaking.
Alan Moore?
No.
Alan Moore did a lot of great stuff. Scott Snyder's really solid for the things. I mean,
for the stuff he's.
It's the one that's always doing all the drugs and stuff, and he does all the weird.
I mean, the only person I know that does a lot of weird drugged up stuff, but he's good, is like Warren Ellis, right? Warren
Ellis. Yeah.
All his Vertigo runs and everything like that. You have Garth Ennis, but he's really well known and respected for like his runs on with Marvel mostly, right? With like the Punisher, but I know he's written a couple of books. I can't think what they are off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of.
I can't think of the guys.
I've never had a problem with anything Garth Ennis has written. I've loved all of his work.
Well, and so we were just talking about like stories that we like for Batman, things we don't. But I feel like the Jeff Johns run of Earth One Batman is the greatest, and it shows him going through the struggle of being Batman and wanting to do this, but he's not mentally there at the beginning, so he just hurts himself.
I got to ask you a question. Book 2, with what he did to Catwoman, that didn't bother you?
No, it did. It did bother me.
In the bit?
Yeah, it did bother me.
I was like, oh man, I love this series. I love this series. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that. Man, okay, all right. No, it's definitely not my universe, but.
Well, but the number 3 with him with Two-Face and everything, that was really good.
Yes, and they kind of gave Two-Face a unique. On the character. I love all the Earth One stuff, and I think that they'd be smart to use that as a building block for any new movie franchises they go from this point on. I love what they did with Green Lantern. I love even the Titans one that they did. The Supermans were superb, which is what got me into them even more than Batman did. The Wonder Womans are okay.
That's Morrison again.
I think that when you're trying to please so many people in creating something, you please nobody.
Yeah.
But if you go by your own dream, what the story is that you're trying, the classic guys, Chris Claremont, John Bryan, all the greats, they told their story. Right. And that's what the fans fell in love with, and that's what carried them through generations of fandom.
And honestly, I think more than anything that, right? Like so much of entertainment, right? Not only entertainment, but just everything everywhere. Like even podcasts and things. What are people looking for, right? They're looking for genuineness. They're looking for people being themselves, being, it's not this paint by numbers, some corporate entity decided to come in and say, okay, here's the building blocks that we need to put together to make this thing work. It's when people are actually coming from a real place in themselves and telling real stories and giving their own honest takes on things. That's what people are attracted to. That's what everyone's always really loved and gotten into. It's not these people that are just trying like, and that's where so much of this stuff comes from. Where I think there's an overreaction to what people call woke stuff, right? Because it's become almost this inherent thing where the second you see some people, the second they see a strong female character, they're immediately like, "Oh, that's woke." But in
Yeah,
reality,
yeah,
but it could
yeah.
be a strong female character. But we've gotten so programmed to where everything feels like they're always doing these things where this thing has to supersede this and this is better than that, and it feels so programmed into the system
Mm-hmm.
and not real, not genuine, right?
And it goes on both ways too,
Comes for it.
because there was a time when men and women could write stories about a man or a woman, where a woman could be trained by a man or a man could be trained by a woman. They were equal and could walk through a story without belittling the other. Red Sonja didn't need anybody's help.
Oh,
Okay? And would you consider her woke? No. What I consider woke is where you take a character that is female, and because you want to immediately have her stand equal to a man, you're going to belittle the man to make her look good. That is not diversity. And that is woke. But if you have strong written characters who can do things on their own and work together without belittling something that went before to get there, then that's what I want to read and that's what I want to watch.
Well, and that's where I've said it before. That's where I love Stargirl so much, because the whole JSA gets wiped out, and it's all this passing on of the torch. And there's such a cool moment where the girl who becomes Wildcat, right, is watching a video of the past of Ted Grant. She went in her research and looked up on the previous Wildcat, and his struggles and his achievements, right, inspire her to achieve and go on to do greater things.
You want to honor what came before.
And it's that, like, that right there, right? It's like, okay, we have a new character who's established, who's strong, who's going out there and trying to forge her own way, but at the same time, she's acknowledging the greatness of the person who came before her. And that's what passing the mantle is supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be saying, hey, here's who came before me. I am stepping on their shoulders, and I'm going to achieve greater things, but not because I hate or dislike or anything like that the other person, or because they were small or stupid, but because they were great. And that's why I want this mantle. That's why I want this ability, and I am going to achieve more to show my gratitude for what they gave me.
Well, and that's what was great about Stargirl that I fell in love with, was the relationship between the new Stargirl, her thinking that the original Starman was her father, and her resentment of
Her actual father?
What's his name? The actor.
Are you talking about
Wilson's
Wilson?
brother?
Owen Wilson's brother. What is
Luke.
his first name?
Luke
Luke Wilson.
Thank
Because
you.
he had all this knowledge to bestow upon her, and she was damn going to do it on her own without him. And then he kept having to pick her up, help save her, fix her, and teach her on the path. But eventually she got it. But
Right.
there are series where that character acts like that through the whole thing. And they never learn from their past. They don't learn from their mentor. They're belittling, and I'm so much better than you.
Right.
Well, you look at like what we got with.
What I got to keep coming and save you.
That's we look at Ripley. Every time on both outings, at least the first two movies, she stepped up and worked with people to try to do things. She's a strong female character. Same with Sarah Connor. And then you look at, like, well, we were talking about this earlier, She-Hulk, and how once she transforms, she has this disdain for Bruce. It's like
Well,
her.
it wasn't just that. It was like she was better from the moment she transformed. Bruce had to go through all this stuff he's trying to explain. It took me 15 years to integrate all my different personalities to try to become a good superhero who did better than, the one thing about the Hulk was he almost did as much damage as he did good. And now he's better than that. And she doesn't want to hear it. she's just, I'm so much better. Oh, look, I can throw a rock further than you. I can do everything better than you. And I was like, you haven't earned that. You were given it to you because of writers, not because your character is well written. I'm sorry. That was the thing I had with Rey in Star Wars. She didn't earn anything. She had no tragedy in her life except she was abandoned. But instantly she knew everything with the Force and could do everything better than any Jedi ever. To coin a phrase from somebody else. No, she need you.
There's no growth. There's no development
to get to that. There's no growth there. And what Abrams did with the core characters, Luke, Han, and Leia, is he pushed them back and wiped out everything they achieved after the original third movie. And so he stagnated them so his character could look good. And in that, ruined it for every fan who's been waiting how many years to see their three favorite characters on screen together talking with each other for the first time, and it never will ever happen again. There's something wrong with how we're storytelling now. We're not creating great heroes. We're creating people will look up to. We're shortcutting everything. And I call it valor stealing because they're riding on the backs of people who've earned what they've got. She-Hulk could have been so much better. She-Hulk originally was an attorney who was going after some criminal mobsters. Because of her trial and what she was doing, she was shot. And Bruce had her blood type and had to give her a blood transfusion to save her.
Yeah.
How did it happen in this? Bruce happens to show up. He's bleeding, and it runs into a wound, and instantly she genetically changes. And not only does she genetically change, she is better than him, but you have to destroy the sample of her blood, because if this ever got out, it could change the world and everybody else. So what does that mean? She's going to have to wear these protective iron panties, so when her friendly monthly visitor comes, that blood doesn't get into the water system, or a rat chew it in a garbage can. Also, we got mutant alligators and rats running through the sewers that all look like
it's Resident Evil, huh?
The turtles.
Yeah, the turtles. Yes, it's the new
Daredevil, She-Hulk.
Yeah, it's She-Hulk.
God forbid she gets a boyfriend who, never mind, I ain't going there.
Hercules. Hercules.
Yeah, so y'all finally shamed me. I actually did watch the first episode before. I was not planning to watch that show at all, but I decided, you know what, I'll bite the bullet. I'll try that first episode. It wasn't nearly as egregious as I was expecting it to be, but man, that was the dumbest shit when she's just like, and Bruce is just like, oh no, you have to get away from me because I'm bleeding. So every single fight that Bruce has ever been in, if anyone, if
anyone
dribbles into somebody,
but remember, it's her blood is special, and so it amplifies what Bruce had.
But she got poisoned, right? She got a lethal dose of gamma radiation.
I know.
Less than this of blood in her system. So if Bruce gets punched in the mouth by whoever, and he spits blood, and someone dumb enough is just standing there like a chicken staring at the sky as it's raining, right? And has that blood fall into their mouth, do they instantaneously drop down dead? Do they immediately have gamma radiation poisoning and fall over and it's done? Right?
And remember,
information was so stupid because you explaining that makes so much more sense, because totally replacing a big enough portion of blood in someone's system to transfer those cells over to them, that makes sense. Squirting a little blood on somebody's wound, it's like, okay, that's enough to get you an STD or something, but
well, and then him and Natasha had a relationship. In the comics, Banner's wife Betty died of cancer because she was having sex with Bruce. Okay, so what happened? I'm good. Maybe it's a good thing that Natasha couldn't have children, because we go right back to that other thing we were talking about the bursting out of the what
before the podcast.
A baby can you imagine a baby hulking out going, I'm here? No. think about what you're writing, please.
Well, that's that whole Superman thing, you know. I mean, how does he have a kid? Like the first time it kicks, it's like hole right through the stomach.
He has kryptonite condoms that help reduce his power at that moment.
And because the baby isn't being exposed directly to yellow sun rays, they don't have superpowers yet.
Yeah, man, that is.
I mean, what you know? What she just stands out and gets a tan, and it's enough to transmute the vitamin D into her system. Dizzy said, "Secret of the Use."
No, Christopher says or asked, "Who's a better swimmer, She-Hulk or Leah Thomas?"
Oh, that's messed up.
Oh man.
Highest marks.
We're derailing here. We're already starting.
Yeah, I came back for the 50th episode, and we're going off the rails again.
Hey, that's what we do best at that little podcast.
That's right.
You know,
but yeah, that's all I'm going to say about the show. I'm hoping the writing gets better. But as I told you guys the other day, this show will not survive if you're going to be dependent on cameos alone.
And that's sad, because this is the show that's going to bring us back Daredevil. We're going to get to see the Red Hulk in this. We're going to get to see some other characters that have been rumored in this. And, I don't know, the show bombs.
Episode 3 is supposed to have a big one, too. That it's a female character is all that they're saying right now. But Tatiana there has said that it was the best experience of her life working with this lady, being able to dance with her is what she said.
Oh.
So
now that frightens me.
I don't know. They were like dancing and playing around or something like that. But it was on one of the sites that I follow. I think it was like Comic Book Movie or something. But no, and it's supposed to be a big appearance for a female character, and I'm wondering if it's going to be Brie Larson, because they're trying to get her more exposure, getting ready for the Marvels and all that.
I'm sorry. That is another character and another actress who.
Come on, let it
the
go.
The whole idea between Captain Marvel, the movie, that they made him a woman, okay, that was one thing. Because in the comic, he died and the mantle was passed to Carol.
Right.
So Carol was many other characters before she became Captain Marvel. She was Miss Marvel, and then what was the Quantum one when she went into space with the X-Men? But then they made Marvel
Glenn Close. No, not Glenn Close.
No, not Glenn Close. What is her name? Annette Bening? I don't know who the actress was. So she had to have a female trainer. They couldn't have done the original Marvel who trained her, the male, because you can't have a woman teaching a man. I mean, a man teaching a woman. No, it can't happen. It's always got to be a female, or she's got to do it on her own. And then the only other male character in the show is the villain. If that's not messaging, I don't know what is. You know, they've ruined one of my favorite characters. My room is full of Captain Marvel stuff.
Yeah.
Marvel. And now they're talking about reintroducing his son, the one who had the white hair.
He's part Kree.
Yeah. And I'm like, how are you going to do that? Are you going to get her pregnant? Or is he going to be the son of your original mentor? You know, I understand the changes need to be made, and I like a lot of the changes they've done. But at least make sure it happens for a reason instead of pushing a political agenda.
Yeah.
Cool.
How was Black Widow? Like, I actually missed that one. I was gonna watch it like a week ago, but I didn't. How was that one?
Black Widow wasn't bad as far as I
loved it.
It was well done, and it was a good. Took too long to get the theaters movie.
Yeah, and
Scarlett Johansson deserved that opportunity a lot
Long
a lot
time ago,
sooner
yeah.
When
Mhm.
they got there.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
And
David
that was-
Harbour
that
did a
part-
great job in it, and
Like, that was part of the big problem, right? Is that by the time that movie came out, she was dead. She was dead in the universe.
Mhm.
yeah,
So, like, a lot of the hype that could have been put into that movie was literally
My mic
dead.
sounds funny. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know if it's. Hold on, let me do this. Is this a little better, maybe?
well,
I mean, you have a mic.
whose microphone? I mean,
He said it was mine. I don't know if it's.
that level podcast, and maybe that is you. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe it's me.
my allergies are bothering me. I have like a sinus infection, so I sound off. So that might be the reason why. I have a
So
deeper
I looked
voice
it
than
up real
normal.
quick, and one of the two other aliases for Carol was either Binary or Warbird.
it's binary was the one where she was like half, I can't remember how they described her powers, but it was
Right.
binary is the one what caught Galactus's attention, and she became a herald.
Yeah,
And no, she didn't become a herald. That was Frankie Ray from Fantasy.
the Phoenix.
Yeah, I got a little bit messed up there.
Yeah.
Let me know if that's better. I think I fixed it. I knew what was wrong.
Oh yeah, that's
and like
better, I can
Carol
tell.
had such a horrible. Yeah, that's her. That's binary.
Yeah.
That's from when they were the X-Men were traveling through space for a while. That's where the Brood and everything else was happening.
Well,
The one thing about her is that
Oh no.
there's a
Oh.
story that'll never get done that is one of the best X-Men Avengers
Yeah,
crossover,
thanks, Chris.
and it's where she loses her power to Rogue. She gets seduced by Immortus, who then impregnates her, and her son grows up into an adult immediately and uses his power to convince people that she's in love with him, and they both go off to limbo together. But because he was half human, when they're in limbo, he dies, and it left her stranded in there by herself alone. And then she had to fight her way back. And then that was a great run, because when she confronts the Avengers and the X-Men about, why did you let me leave? Why did you let me go? And they were like, we thought you were happy. We thought you were in love and all this other bull. And she goes, how long have you known me? Did I look like I was in my mind? Did I look like I was happy? And it was because the Avengers wanted her friends wanted her to be so happy. They saw what they wanted, and they didn't see what she was going through and what she needed. Man, that is a nice gut punch in a comic. And it caused that character to grow way beyond what she was. And that's why I loved when she became Miss Marvel. I didn't care for too much when she became Captain Marvel. But those kind of stories are going to be gone. You can't tell it now.
Yeah.
So, which brings us to the point of, I know one of the topics we want to talk about is like just the direction that Marvel's going with the MCU. You know, expectations, some of what the series have been.
Reel back the comedy, please. Let Deadpool handle the comedy. Ryan Reynolds knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
I like the dark humor that they had originally with like some of the Avengers and Captain America and and Iron Man, but they didn't go overboard on it. And now it seems everything's played up for shtick and fun. That Thor.
I feel vindicated.
Here we go.
And what it ended it for me was what made me realize you had a point was She-Hulk.
Yeah,
They went for too much comedy when they could have added some depth and stuff to that story. Now that I've agreed with you and lifted you on high, I understand why Love and Thunder was like the way it was. Love and Thunder is somebody else telling a Thor story. And so you're seeing it through their eyes. If you go back to like when the X-Men were doing the kid X-Men and Kitty was telling the story to the little kid and the very first time they ever appeared, it didn't feel like the X-Men. They were exaggerated, funny versions of them because Kitty was telling a story to a kid. Kitty Pryde.
Batman the Animated Series did that too, right? When it was the little kids that were walking.
Oh, where they were
through,
telling the different story about Batman encounters.
Yeah, and each one of them told different stories. Then he was like in the one kid's basement because that's where he wound up after he was injured after a fight or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, I mean it's definitely something that's done, but it doesn't change the fact that there's just they. And granted, I haven't seen it, right? But everyone I have heard, even the people who liked it, even the people who gave it a good rating, even the people who were perfectly fine with it, even they said, yeah, the humor's been ratcheted up to an absurd level.
Absurd level, yes, I agree.
And I, like I have said, I have had a problem with the Marvel humor that has slowly infected into almost what feels like almost all the movies ever since Guardians, right? Guardians was the very first one that when I saw it, I came out of that movie and there was a disconnect in my brain. I said, okay, I love sci-fi. I love the big, dramatic, huge, galactic spanning stuff. I love that stuff. But at the same time, something didn't sit right with me with the movie. And I could always think of one scene when Rocket is talking about all of the horrors and the experiments and everything that he went through. And I realized that movie had so programmed me to wait for a punchline that when he was having this great, dramatic, character building, expressing moment, I couldn't really invest in the moment because I was waiting for the punchline. I was waiting for someone to crack it with a joke. And they didn't do it in that moment, right? They didn't do it at that time, but that became the model for so many of these movies where every single serious moment has no time to breathe. It's just serious moment builds up, one-liner. Serious moment builds up, one-liner. Serious moment builds up, somebody slips on a banana peel and falls in a pile of dookie, whatever. It's like it's this constant. They can't let the moment set wrong, and that's why
they don't ever let you stew in the moment. They don't let it build.
And that's where I appreciated Infinity War and Endgame, right? Those actually those went back to kind of all the Avengers movies have that ability to kind of sit in the moment and let you feel it. That's why the movie I point to now more than any of the others to express to people what I don't like in a Marvel movie and what I like in a Marvel movie is the latest Spider-Man movie, right? Spider-Man No Way Home, the first half of that movie is painful for me. It is a struggle to watch the first half of that movie where they're giggling about Dr. Octavius's name, where it's constant quips and hilarity and they're making jokes and joke after joke after joke. And then the second Goblin does his heel turn, suddenly the movie changes. The tone of it shifts. It becomes darker. Aunt May is dead. All of these things happen, and it's not I want a darker movie. It's just now they realize this is a weighted moment, and we don't need to break it up with humor. We need to let him have his ethos. We need to let him have this moment, this sorrow in his life. And that's when the movie finally became good for me, because I wasn't dealing with all this bullshit nonsense all the time. And they still had jokes, right? There was still you need to crack my back. Oh, that was great. I mean,
my back.
that dragged on.
And that goes all the way back to when he fell in the second
on
movie.
the car.
Yeah.
And it dragged on a little too long, but at least it showed that I'm not averse to Marvel humor.
But do you understand the transition they were doing?
The quantity of it. The quantity is what is so broken for me at this point. And that's why I haven't bothered to go see Thor, because if people are telling me that Thor is overdoing it on the humor, I'm going to hate every minute of that movie.
I mean, you probably would hate it.
Because I know that you don't like the humor that was done in Guardians 1 and 2. Because that was over the top. And from everything I know,
I loved it because that is what they intended to do. They were doing the quirkiness of those characters.
Correct.
This group of people that in all other realities would not come together because they have nothing in common with each other. And not only do they band together, they become a family. Now, I'd like to say something to David's because I'll forget what I was going to say.
He's multiple man now.
The character, the beginning of that movie was about childhood. We were seeing things through children's eyes. Peter has always been this innocent type person, and all of a sudden there's this shift and we see them having to grow up really, really quickly, because life isn't always fun and games. You don't always find a way to win, and sometimes there's a cost.
Right. And I
And
think
that is what Sam Raimi was trying to portray in Peter's life. And because he did that, we're going to end up with a much better Spider-Man in the fourth movie.
Yeah, that's what
that's
I'm
what
looking forward to.
So, and that's what I said, right? What I said the last time we talked about this Spider-Man movie was the end of that movie. I have hated Tom Holland. I love Tom Holland in Civil War. When he first showed up in Civil War and the way he talked and the way he acted, I thought, this looks like he's going to be a great Spider-Man and Peter. He's going to be fun. And then I watched those first two movies and I could not stand him. It was just, he was such an idiot the whole time. And I get they tried to like sneak things in to say, oh yeah, he's super smart because he's on the debate club, but
no, he was super smart all along. Peter Parker invented his web shooters. He invented his webbing. Yes, he did. If you read the comic, he was that brainy.
Pointed back to the comic. You pointed back to. I'm talking about the movies.
Yeah.
In the movie universe, the way Peter Parker acts, I do not believe he built those web shooters. I don't believe he has the intelligence to put together the crime-fighting outfit that he had before Tony Stark showed up.
You're right. Tony brought, because they couldn't, in the movies, which are snapshots of a person's life, they had to get Spider-Man from where he started, like in the book, because that's what you're being introduced to where he was later in life after he'd gone to college, become a professor, was up there, and intelligence equal to Reed Richards and Tony Stark and anybody else in the universe, which is why he was handpicked in the comic to be Tony Stark's successor. And that's in a movie, you gotta have to truncate all that down, and it doesn't play real well sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because
that's where that character lost me. And it's like what I've said. If his fat friend, right, the man in the chair, right, if they had been a team the whole time, I would have believed his character and this version of him better than if it was, because the way it made it feel was he started off solo from the very beginning, and I just had a hard time with that. It wasn't until the end of No Way Home, right, when he made that hard decision to not tell MJ who he was, right, when he got his apartment, all of a sudden this felt like Peter to me. Yeah. Right? This is the Peter I know. This
self-sacrificing for his wants and needs.
Understands the weight
for the
of
greater
his
good.
decision, understands what it means to be a hero. And
that's because we didn't get Uncle Ben.
Yeah,
right.
We didn't.
We never got that moment.
That's part of what that's kind of the dissonance for me was okay, I get that Peter's a hero, but it's like, but it was clear that he didn't have that moment. He didn't have that Uncle Ben moment. So it was like, okay, is it just because of the Avengers? Like where, and it took us 2.5 movies to get to a Peter that I felt
where
finally
he should have been in the beginning.
Peter. And you know, I get it that it was, they were going a different route with it. They were trying to come up with a different dynamic, but it just didn't work for me for 2.5 movies. And so, yeah, I'm actually actively looking forward to the next one. And I hope that this growth that he saw at the end of the third movie plays into the fourth one, because that is the Peter I have been waiting for. That is the Parker and the Spider-Man I've been wanting to see, a person who has grown, who understands what it means to be a hero now, right? It's like he's gone through all these events. He's gone through all this crap with the Avengers and all this stuff, and for some reason, he hasn't learned it until finally at this moment when he had his Uncle Ben moment. But it's like, I wish he would have had that a movie and a half ago.
Oh yeah, I was screaming for it to happen. Even in the second one, I was like, okay, they're gonna have to kill somebody because he's got to have this moment. And I thought they were going to be Ned, because they ruined Ned, because Ned was an older man when Peter met him, working for the Daily. He was an investigative reporter working for the Daily Bugle, and he became Hobgoblin, and he ends up becoming one of Spider-Man's worst villains. And that is I don't want to call it a joke. It was kind of foreshadowing in the third movie.
Yep.
Or he's like, I don't want to be the villain. When he found out that he was destined to be a villain, he was like, no, I don't want that. And I was like, wow, maybe they're going to do something different with Ned. But in the second one, I thought, okay, since they got rid of Ben and they didn't bring him in, there's going to have to be somebody die. And they can't kill Mary Jane yet. So, and they're not going to try to introduce Gwen Stacy, which reinforced Ben's death. Gwen died because of her association with Peter.
They're not
I
taking
was
that.
like, what are they going to do?
I
Well,
would be
And
shocked
so,
if they tried to do that storyline at this point, because you'd have to kill Zendaya at this point, and they're not going to do it.
no, because
No.
the thing is that now this is the point where you can interject a Gwen Stacy while he's going to college, and
Well,
have
and
him
I
go different.
like I was telling you, the rumor is that he's going to guest appear in the Daredevil
Yep.
miniseries,
Mhm.
which is going to be 12 episodes. And
18.
that leads into the fourth movie where he's fighting criminals, gangsters. He's fighting in Hell's Kitchen. He's fighting the more street level villains that we've all grown up watching him fight.
Yeah.
So this is going to be was like a total wipe of Peter's life as an Avengers type superhero and putting him down and grounding him.
Mm-hmm.
And that'd be great.
And
Yeah.
I'm hoping that
I would kill to see him fight Kingpin.
Or
What I think
Hammerhead.
So do I.
happens is they're all going to the same college, right? So then maybe Ned will end up as Hobgoblin eventually because of a science experiment. They're going all in science, I would
Yes.
imagine. So I mean, it might go generically, but do you think he would fit as a good Hobgoblin though? How would that work?
Well,
Or
he's
if you-
slowly losing weight.
Yeah,
And,
the
you know,
actor is.
I
yeah.
want to see the one thing I've always tried to do when I did our comic, The Threat. One thing I wanted was normal-looking people being heroes. Not all heroes are going to be buff, look like they work out every day. You know,
Yeah.
let's get some normal-looking. So I could see him as a Hobgoblin if you did the costume right. You know, I think it would work. The
And give him magic too now, right? Because
Yeah.
he's a
yes,
magician.
because and
Get
so
him cursed of having to wear that mask permanently.
And do you remember what happened to the guy who became the Hobgoblin? He got
No.
cursed.
Yeah,
And he
that's-
got dark magic.
Mm-hmm.
And so Ned now has the potential for magic. So there's lots of room there.
Yeah.
But now that they're introducing the Thunderbirds, and they're is it Thunderbirds? Who are the villains?
Thunderbolts.
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 Yeah.
And
Thunderbirds are go.
they're going to introduce. Yeah, thank you. Harry Osborn. Norman Osborn.
They need
So
it.
are
Yeah.
they going to introduce Harry Osborn at college? Is that where he's going to be?
They're going to have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
they could have made it to where he was a friend of his growing up in elementary. He moved off abroad with Harry. I mean, with Norman. They came back because Norman's like, I want to kind of restart my business for whatever venture he found abroad. And then you can have.
He came back. 'cause
Yeah,
he's
there you
gonna
go. You can do the whole. Yeah, he's running. Do the whole politician arc where he runs for either the mayor of New York or president.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
have
what's his
him
name
and Kingpin
playing?
go against each other would be great.
Yeah.
Will the same actor play as or Norman or?
No.
Oh, no, I don't think.
No.
Well, you know
No.
what? There's this big argument within the MCU of like, okay, if you introduce a character from an alternate reality, and it's one actor, does that actor have to be the same person in another one? And they wiggled roomed out of it and said no, that because there's no guarantee we're going to get what's his name as the Reed Richards in the
Yes.
Fantastic Four movie.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mhm.
because they can't do that, they're giving themselves some wiggle room. Either the first person who was supposed to be that character died and some other character fate replaced them with somebody else, or that person never existed in that other universe, so it was always destined to be somebody else. So
Hold on. I gotta say this. So, what did I teach you? You're the kingpin. You're a number one. That's what Chris. That's what Chris. Chris was saying.
All right, let me lighten up the Spider-Man conversation with something that I shared in the group earlier. There's a game mod in the remastered Spider-Man game, the Sony one, where you can now play as Ben Parker's Gravestone.
Gravestone, yeah.
Oh.
I was like, okay, is this going to be like Tofu?
Yeah,
or
from Resident Evil.
Twinkie?
I don't know. I mean, to me, that it borderlines on like the darkest, broodiest humor ever. You know, black comedy at its finest. But I want in at the same time because I want to see a gravestone climb walls and swing on webs?
Yeah, I want to see a
Smack
gravestone
into
go.
people.
You know,
Whip.
I mean, it's just all of a sudden it's just coming out of like different corners of it.
That's
What?
not the most evil and darkest thing I've ever seen. There's a mod for the Village, Resident Evil Village, and it's Thomas the Train. So every time you see a villain, it's Thomas the Train coming at you. That
no, they did
that
that.
is
They did it for Lady Dimitrescu.
yeah.
But they did it in Resident Evil 2, right? They changed out.
Oh, Nemesis? No. I'm sorry, Tyrant. Yeah.
Yeah, they changed out Tyrant to Thomas the Tank Engine. So just and the fact that you're being hunted by that thing for what almost the entire second half of the game, right?
And when it's smiling.
No,
You
the-
know,
what
that
the-
Is
big
there footage of this?
Yes, but the best part of it is as like he's coming, you start hearing the music from Thomas the Train
yeah.
playing. It's like it's so minute, and it's just like.
See, I walked in on.
How did I not know about that?
I walked in on Ember's husband playing it, and I was like, and I sat down behind him and was like, what are you playing? He's like, Resident Evil Village. I don't remember this. He goes, oh, I modded it, and then he started showing me the other mods, like the naked. What's her name? I was like, oh my god.
so
All right, which brings me to what David mentioned earlier.
Oh
in
no,
the
here we're
chat.
gonna do that.
Something we came up with, what we call, what was it, the jiggly meter?
No.
Jiggly
Well,
meter,
yeah, because
jeez.
we were questioning about like y'all were talking about the new Tekken show, right? And so I was asking because I know neither Jack, not the robot guy, but I know that neither Jack nor shit about Tekken. And so I was asking how beginner friendly was this storyline to walk into Tekken Bloodlines, right? And then after that, I said on a scale of Street Fighter 2 the movie to Fatal Fury the movie, you know, what amount of exposed breasts and jiggle was going to be in this show? And apparently it's fairly low. So
Yeah.
between
Nina
that-
maybe, but I mean she's
I don't even know, not even her.
between that and
No,
y'all
the
saying
assassin girl.
Yeah.
and that there's no bear fight, I'm kind of out, right?
Yeah.
No, there's no Kuma fighting.
No, what made me mad is they advertise it. They go, this battle. versus
Here's
this,
martial law.
and here's this.
He's
and
like,
this,
you just
and
see
then
him.
It happens behind the scenes, and you're like, ah.
No.
The worst thing is like having characters. I loved it. Okay, I thought the 6 episodes for the Tekken Bloodlines was great, but having characters that don't show up in the series until like 4 to 5 games later, like Leroy and Steve Fox and there was like 2 others, and then having Julia show up in her outfit from Tekken 7 instead of her outfit from Tekken 3. I'm like, come on, guys, you're.
Yeah.
And they took characters that were from the earlier games, killed them off, and then had people who would replace them, and you didn't realize, you know, the 2 things that bothered me the most was King, and how they played up on King being Emerald or what is his name, Org.
No, well, they
Ogre.
kind of teased it, but he really wasn't. You know, when you
Wasn't,
find it,
no,
yeah.
yeah, I know. And then the whole point of them every day, they kept showing those flashbacks of walking underneath the overpass.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, what's he doing? Is he going to the store, got a soda? Who are all these people he's dealing with? They cut out all of the stuff, how he got to know those people. And then when they meet him at the tournament, oh, we were high school friends. It was like,
Hey, zombie,
You
how's it
could've-
going?
played some of that up in the story.
Yeah, I mean, so let me add this real quick. Sorry, Die. Dizzy said, he goes, with grave power comes grave responsibility.
For the tome stuff. That's awesome. See, that should be Tombstone's
Is that on the
catchphrase.
It needs to be on the tombstone.
They need to put it on there. If it's not on, it needs to say Ben Parker and then have that phrase on it. That'd be
Phrase in
fantastic.
there, yeah.
When you die, I'm going to put that on your tombstone. Prepare to die, or scum. Prepare to die, or scum.
So can I shift this over?
Yeah.
About DC
Okay.
in the newest rumor that Henry, and I always slaughter his name, and it's not on potential Cavill. I always call him Cavelli or Cazivel. And I'm like, okay, that's not it.
Caviezel.
Well, there's another guy with a similar name that has an S in his.
You're just
spelling.
trying to be hip, Dad. It's not working.
Caviezel. You're thinking Caviezel.
Caviezel, yeah. And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay,
Yeah,
I was
said,
confused,
it's not
but
Jesus.
I know who the actor is. He's jumping. He's been not saying he's jumping ship because I don't think as an actor you jump ship. You go wherever your contracts are and who's going to pay you. And because of all the crap that's going on with Warner Brothers Discovery and what they've done with Superman and friggin' The Rock, who I love, Dwayne Johnson, but he wanted Superman out of the Black Adam movie, he wanted Shazam out of the Black Adam movie.
I heard
So-
he wanted Superman in the Black Adam movie, though.
No,
Like, the report I saw was that he wanted Superman in it.
no, he wanted Superman to exist because they were thinking of recasting him, and he was. See, Johnson has this whole plan of revamping the DC universe, and kind of like he wanted to do with Fast and Furious, but that brought him into conflict with
Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel. So he comes in, and they say he's real. I love him. He's got a great vision for everything, but when he comes in, he tries to take it over. There's been a few actors that
It's Peter
when
Parker.
they come on a production, they steal it. And so he's going over and he's had 2 interviews with Marvel about, and not Vin Diesel and not the other one, sorry about Henry,
Hyperion.
Hyperion.
Oh, it's gonna be here.
And so it's starting all kinds of crap online. And I'm like, it's not his fault. And you shouldn't be angry with him if he does it. He's got to make a living. He's got to have
Yeah.
a paycheck too. And he's an actor, and that's what actors do.
Well, and if they're not going to give him the shot to play Superman like we want him to, like he's supposed to,
Dwayne Johnson is Peter Parker.
No.
that was funny.
He could play the Hulk when Peter. Remember when Spider-Man?
Yeah, I guess Spider-Man got the Hulk powers. Yeah,
Hulk powers and became the Hulk Spider. Yeah, he could do that. I wish they had given Black Adam his friggin' widow's peak hair. I love that look on him, but he didn't want any hair glued on the top of his head, so I understand. But he did it in the Jungle Cruise. If you could have that thing glued onto your head, I can't see why you wouldn't do the other.
My main worry about Black Adam, with the fact that it's The Rock and who he is at this point, is it's like, okay, you have The Rock who's playing Black Adam, who is at best an anti-hero.
Anti-hero, yeah.
Fighting the JSA, and it just feels like he's gonna curb stomp the JSA in the first 5 minutes of that movie, and the rest of it's just gonna be The Rock doing Rock things for 2 hours, and I kind of worry about that. It's like
the Black
okay,
Adam says.
yeah, look, he looks great as Black Adam, and everyone's been wanting him to play Black Adam for so long,
Yeah.
but I just hope that his personality doesn't overrun the entire movie to the point where because. Like Pierce Brosnan is, I never realized.
Dr. Fate, man.
how fantastic
Yeah, he's
he
Dr.
was.
Fate.
yeah.
It's great.
Oh my god, I want a Dr. Fate movie now with Pierce Brosnan just because he looks so good and he's
Yeah.
With Constantine, same actor.
Yes.
Justice League
Well,
Dark.
Dr. Fate-
Please,
Dr.
DC.
Fate's-
Unfortunately, we're never going to see him play another Constantine unless it's in a cartoon, and he does the voiceover.
Like Harley-
Until, yeah, I tried to find that one. What episode is that on the third
Episode
season?
5, season 3, episode 5. It's titled "It's a Swamp Thing."
Oh no, okay, that wasn't in the
It's the newest
because
episode.
and
the-
it's on HBO, right?
Yeah, HBO Max.
HBO Max, okay.
And they make reference to another thing, another Constantine thing that they made. I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's a great moment.
Well,
They referencing so that it's kind of broadening the Harley Quinn universe, sort of.
considering
Well,
the
now
fact we
she's
had
in
that.
the
They
comics,
reference
she's a-
another one of John's odd relationships
Mhm.
in it.
Wasn't to
So
say
now
that.
she's going to be a good guy, right? She's actually now
Who
going
knows?
to become
It's
a
Anti-hero.
Super-
Anti-hero, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't to say that you got the attempt for Swamp Thing and that didn't go well. It's like, why can't we get this character?
and that was a good show. That it was. right? Like
I think Warner Brothers wanted to kill it because of the way they did it. It first aired on television, and it got a halfway decent audience review, and then they switched it over to HBO, and it was
Oh,
getting
no.
an actual good.
No,
review.
first it was on their streaming service, right? Because
I watched it on regular TV. I didn't see it on the
well,
streaming
so
service.
they came back and they released it on CW, but they cut out a bunch of it because, like, the original cut of Swamp Thing, which is the where is it?
Yeah, that's right. They
This
retooled
cut
it.
of like the original cut of Swamp Thing, there's a ton of body horror. There's a whole thing in the first episode where like a corpse becomes animated. One of the very first kills when he rips the dude apart in the air. You see all of it, but then they went back and they
So the
cut
guy
it.
is that the corpse that's on the table in the
Yes.
in the old cabin? That okay.
Yes, but
I did-
but there's so much more of that scene of that body becoming animated from the swamp, right? And they trimmed down a ton of that body horror so that they could put it on the CW. It was released before that point. I want to see on the I want to say it was on the DC Universe app was where it originally came out, which is probably the reason why nobody paid attention to it. And then, like I said, they recut it, put it on
That's
the
the
CW.
that was the
But-
same app that they had the animated shorts from, like
Yes.
Arrow and all the okay.
Yeah, where Vixen originally was, the
Vixen was
Ray, and
The best animated short was Animal Man. Animal Man was hilarious. That where it was
I
just
haven't
the
seen it yet.
You haven't seen that? Go look up on YouTube DC animated shorts Animal Man. It is hilarious. Where like there's a bank robbery going on and it pans over and it shows like a bunch of power lines, and then in the middle of a bunch of pigeons is just Animal Man sitting there behaving like a pigeon, right, looking around cooing, and then he sees something, he flies down, and in the middle of the bank robbery someone was about to step on some small animal like a squirrel or something, and so he stops them from doing it. And then as he's interacting with that person, you see the squirrel run away in the background, and a hawk comes down and just picks it up and flies off. Oh my god. Those shorts, there's only 2 or 3 of them, but they're so funny.
Wasn't
They're
that
so
the
funny.
I think those were to advertise that new Justice League thing they had for a while that was like 15-minute episodes, and they'd be 2 on. Remember when they used to do the Saturday morning thing, and they had 2 shorts of that. They did the Green Lantern series was on there.
Yes.
And so I remember some of those shorts. I
Yeah.
think I remember that Animal Man one.
Yeah, you got the Animal Man ones. Another good one was like Hong Kong Batman or something like that, where it was like him fighting Catwoman, eventually fighting Bane. That was a really good one.
Well,
There's a
that
lot
got
of
turned into, wasn't that the origin, that what
Batman.
started the whole Batman Ninja? Wasn't
might
that
It might have, but the art style was
is
completely
different? Yeah.
If
Yeah.
If that's what spawned Batman Ninja, yeah, it was completely different. But that short,
That
is
short was
fantastic.
fantastic. Yeah.
Dude, you go watch that. The animation, the fight scenes, the choreography of it, it is awesome. It is so good.
Well, there's the and that's the thing too, is we didn't really talk about it on the episode in the future. Was the fact that the Turtles short, that
Let's
one
go
that was at the
back
San
to
Diego
the
Comic Con,
future.
where they time travel and they meet different versions of themselves.
Oh, the Ninja Turtle thing that I
Yeah.
shared with you.
And it's
Yeah,
and
man,
it's
I
the
love that.
Nickelodeon show version, not the one that we got now where Raph is the leader. It's actually the CGI versions of themselves, but it's animated.
I love that that short.
Yep,
and
it's
I would
them.
love to see it turned into
A series.
a full-length movie. Not just a series. Even if I can't get a series, I'd settle for a full-length movie adventure, which could lead into 2 of them. Because it ends open-ended.
Yes,
they
it
gotta
does.
get the staff because they're not in their own time.
Yeah.
Well, while we're on DC, I want to get everybody's opinion on the fact that why does it seem like everybody has to be an anti-hero now? Nobody wants to be a hero. We worship villains. Everything on TV is a villain show where the bad guys are the heroes. And
I
it's
think it's
bleeding
because-
over into everything.
I think the point is, like, in all honesty, right? Look at the arc of a lot of the popular comics, right? You start off with the golden age where everything is big, bright, shiny, is nonsense and crazy, and then you arc into the silver age where it's still that, but you're getting a little bit more grounded, right? And then eventually everything gets to the dark age, which we kind of went through. But then you get to stuff like what we're seeing right now with like The Boys, right? Where The Boys is outright taking the piss out of superheroes, but it's hilarious and people love it. And it's like we're reaching that point in the comic storytelling, arc where now we've seen all these heroes, we've seen all these stories. It's kind of rehashing the same ground. So in order to break new ground, people are going to what was the series that was on Netflix that didn't survive, but there's the animated show that did it. That's been going on. Damn it, with I can't think of it, but it's basically the deconstruction of the superhero, right? That's kind of
with what's his name? The guy from Justified. No, the
Timothy
guy
Olyphant?
from GI Joe. Not in Timothy Olyphant. He was in the soldier in the GI Transformer movies. He plays this bearded white Saturn something or whatever it was called.
Great, a bunch of geeks who are stumped over a geeky thing.
Jupiter's Legacy. What I'm thinking of.
Jupiter's
Jupiter
Legacy.
Legacy.
There
That's
it
what it
is.
was.
Yeah.
It was one of them planets. Wasn't Uranus, but
Yeah. But see, that's it, right? That's kind of where we've gotten to, where we are at this point where people are more interested in those types of heroes, those types of characters, those types of stories, because we have seen these shining examples again, right? But at the same time, Stargirl has been really, really accepted by the majority of the audience. Like I said, a lot of people have talked really highly of that new Superman show, which is more of the hope side of Superman. So we're getting these weird mixed messages where absolutely people are definitely drawn towards the anti-hero, drawn towards the deconstructed hero, the ones that have all the drug problems and girlfriends and exes and they inadvertently kill people and all that stuff. But there is still an audience hanging out in the back that still like to see the good, bright, shining examples of heroes, right?
Well, because if you don't have light, you don't know how dark it truly is. Everything looks in shades. And so that's what heroes, especially in DC, because they were the gods. Those heroes are the gods. They're the ones you look up to, the examples. Marvel has always been the everyday man dealing with that. And that is why I always kind of gravitated towards Marvel than DC. But we need someone like Superman. But man, for what's sake, quit trying to make him Jesus. He's not Jesus. He's the last son of his race who came here, and the whole thing about him is he's more human than we are. So he pushes people to try to be better than themselves. It's like a race for mediocrity the other way.
Monkeypox.
Everybody's
the
bad.
biggest,
So
the big issue I always had with and kind of going back to the Snyderverse, right? Like I really did enjoy Man of Steel. The main thing I did not like about Man of Steel was Jonathan Kent, because Jonathan Kent was not Jonathan. He was a downer. He was a anchor around Clark's neck the whole time, when he should have been his coach in his
the
corner.
one who
right?
lifted him up and taught.
Yes.
It's a broken.
Absolutely, and even Martha kind of was also a bit of an albatross for Clark. Like eventually she came around, but that was my biggest problem with that Man of Steel movie, was that you never saw where the hope for Clark came from. Right? It came from his parents. That was what was supposed to be motivating him forward. And that's where I felt like when we got to BVS, we missed a Superman movie. We missed a Superman movie where he establishes himself as that beacon of hope, because that's what they tried to show him as in BVS. But I didn't buy it, because here he was, this race of things that literally just destroyed one of the largest cities in America, right? Just on a whim. So how are you telling me that by him saving a couple people from a flood, all of a sudden his death spawns this great big worldwide reaction? It didn't make sense. And that's where it's like all these people have lost this ability to tell a positive superhero story again.
I'm not mute. Okay, hold on. So
really
I'm not mute, so I can't say
like,
much.
yes, DC
we're on the podcast.
These godlike
if you
beings.
watch.
They still have their hang-ups,
literally.
but that's why I hope that the Shazam movie does well, because I like Billy.
Apparently I'm not mute because of
Dills, right? I like the childlike
things I need to
nature
learn.
to him. That's what
But-
makes him so much fun. And I
Yeah,
feel like
probably.
even with him, they're gonna eventually lose
All right.
sight of that, right? And
I thought of
I will.
Man of Steel focusing on fear than hope. Superman
Yeah.
is hope, and he was all about fear. And I will never to this day believe that Clark would sit there and allow his dad
All right.
or anyone else
will. Love
to
you.
die if
Bye.
he had within his power to save him.
Yes.
Superman could have been over there and gone. Superman can race the Flash. We actually saw that in the Justice League movie, which wasn't part of it. But he could have raced over there before anybody realized. Took Clark, he could have just moved him out of the way and said, "Oh, the wind got me and flipped me over here. I'm okay, everybody." But Jonathan is the epitome of the new America, afraid of everything. And that was what he was in the movie. He was an example of fear. But they didn't lift up Clark enough to make him be the counter to that. So Clark was just a product of that fear. And I'm sorry, man. Every comic I've ever read, Superman will do everything in his ability to take a fight away from people. The destruction of Metropolis and those hundreds of thousands of people who died. And you're going to tell me he can't put his hand in front of Zod's eyes to block Zod's heat vision for 2 seconds? He couldn't put the arm up. His arm is thicker. It would have lasted longer.
No,
That
it
would
may
have given the
it may
family a
spread
way
out
to
like
get away.
Cyclops beams hitting the diamond.
And I was like, oh God. Man of Steel broke my heart because it had so much going on it. It was so great, and yet it was such a big miss. And it was, again, because the writers who were on that do the same. They've done the same thing to other heroes before, and you need to quit going to them. I know they write some good stories, but they always seem to bring out the worst in the characters that they put in the lead. You bring it back around to Alien and Sigourney Weaver. When Sussex and O'Bannon wrote that story, it was written unisex, where any character could be male or female, but they originally wrote it as an all-male crew because back then you didn't have female and male crews. We didn't have females in the military at that point. But they wrote a story that you could at some point make it where it was interchangeable. So all the characters were strong, intelligent, and made relatively wise decisions, except for Kane. Somebody should have slapped the shit out of him. He had a different name in Star Beast, the original script. Oh, I'm going to go down in this hole because I'm going to see if there's some. I want the glory for myself. What is that? Oh, look, translation. Oh, there's something crawling in it. Let me put my face in it.
Is this food?
Nom nom.
So, and I was going to make a joke too in the fact that, like, back to the Superman comment real quick. At least Goku has the right sense of ability to take the fight outside the city. And on top of that, he has the Dragon Balls to wish back people. But Superman has the ability only in one movie to fly the Earth around backwards. Apparently that changes time travel and reverses things, even though that would slingshot everything off into space and
Can
probably
you imagine if they
disrotate the Earth and the
Back to the Future? Marty would have had to drive backwards to go back
to the past and drive forward to the.
and he goes forward in the future. To get backwards, you got to drive backwards at 88 miles an hour.
I don't want to get into a full-on fight about this, but in fairness, in Man of Steel, Clark did punch Zod all the way out into space. So he was working to try and get him away from
But
the
he
city.
stayed there.
He stayed there.
But
He could have
go after him.
He could have flew to the Arctic.
Get him to fly him. Don't fly him into the sun, Clark. No. Go to Mars. Something we can live without for a little while. Or deep space. Whatever. Take it off. But no. Bam! I knocked him. I'm just going to wait here until he gets back. I'm waiting. Okay, here it comes.
I'm sorry. I love that fight scene. I know. I went and saw that movie like 4 times in theaters, and I had so many people tell me that they're like, "Man, the last half of that movie was just too much." And I was like, "Look, I have watched about 6 Superman movies where every single person he fights is just like Lex Luthor with a freaking like
Oh no, but
with like a real estate scheme." And I'm like, "Am I finally?"
Every movie, literally, I'm a realtor and I'm going to take over the world. That's because realtors are the most evil people on the planet.
I don't know that
Uh,
lawyers or politicians, but
Don't
one of
even
the-
don't even get me started about that whole freaking Lex making an island out of kryptonite,
well,
and Superman just
okay, I'm gonna say there was
plot.
one problem with that movie, and that was because of
Bryan Singer
What
likes a little.
Bryan Singer wanted to do a true sequel to the original Superman movies. So what did he do? He cast some of the perfect actors and then said, you have to act like Christopher Reeves. You have to act like Gene Hackman. You have got to do this. You're taking, and at the time, he hadn't had all those accusations about him, but Kevin Spacey, who is still a damn good actor no matter what the hell his mind did.
Horrible person, great actor though.
Yeah, horrible person, great actor. And you had to pigeonhole him into one of Gene Hackman's worst roles. Somebody, we have all these guys who are great. They do all these fantastic things, but nobody in the world fucking tells them, no, that's stupid. You're in a room and the guy puts this out and says, hey, we're going to do this. What do you think about it? Somebody should have a pair of cojones and say, that's dumb.
No. He launched a whole series of Marvel movies that everybody loved, the X-Men.
Snyder did the same thing, He decided to take that spear with the kryptonite and fly it with enough force to pierce Doomsday's skin. I mean, what's the radius for the effect of kryptonite on Superman?
Look, in fairness, that differentiates between tellings, right? There's like Smallville, where the tiniest sliver of kryptonite is within like a half-mile radius of him. He crumples to the ground and can't move. And then there's other versions of him where, he's able to handle himself with kryptonite for at least a little bit, right?
Still a better show than most Superman we've gotten.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Smallville was better than most of the crud.
My biggest issue with Smallville was at the end when they did finally show the JSA. Some of those costumes, man, were rough. Like Stargirl, whenever she showed up in Smallville, her headpiece was this big on her head. It was bigger than her head. It was horrifying.
But give it a break, man. If you think, Colin's time, this goes back to those cartoons we used to watch, from the 60s that David almost mind melted and you saw his brain ooze out of his eyeball and ears.
That was rough.
We had...
And Captain America throws his...
We had, remember, what was it? Challenge of the Superheroes with
Adam West and Burt
Ward and all the superheroes. They had all the Justice League. I loved Green Lantern, and he was there. And how did he fly? Turned the ring on himself and turned himself invisible. Hawkman would just go like this, and they'd cut to him gone. And I was like, did he fly? Did he tell him? How does his powers work? And then they did 2 Justice League movies, and you're going to have, what's his name? Kelsey Grammer. Not Kelsey Grammer. The guy from MASH.
Yeah.
I can't think of his name.
As Martian Manhunter?
Yes, as Martian Manhunter with a beer gut. So they only show him from mid-chest up. Yeah. And then the one time they do show him is when he's turning, and he's bigger than I am, and I'm proud of my keg. And I was like, okay.
Hey, Roger Corman,
else.
Fantastic Four, Dad.
That was a good movie. No.
All the special,
the best looking thing.
All the special effects in that movie were Human Torch at the end. That's it. That's where the whole budget went.
I mean, it cost them a lot of money to make Doctor Doom, which was very comic book authentic. And I'm sorry, if you go back and you look at the Thing, that is a great Thing costume. Much better than what we got later on in modern Fantastic Four. But they had the problem that we saw in all those movies from that time. If you notice, when Spider-Man shot his webs, they didn't shoot straight out and attach to anything. They went down and up. Like gravity caught it, and then it bent gravity and then actually goes to where it is. And so what do with Mr. Fantastic when his arm stretches? Does it go straight out? It went down to the ground and then up, and I was like, oh, he couldn't have figured out a better way to do that.
So
And then you could tell there was like cloth. It was just like cloth stretched on a line instead of being something stretching. An Invisible Woman was easy. You just took her out of the picture. It was funny, like when she picked up something, it was like a cup on a string that would float across the room.
wire.
And every
It's a
now and then you
wire.
could see the wire. Like, it's what you got. It's what we had. I mean, we had what the Captain Americas we had. Those were horrible. I think the second one, the greatest thing in that one was Christopher Lee, and he played the villain.
Hold on, Docky. I'm looking it up. I don't remember. It's not Alan Alden.
No, it's the guy who played Hot Lips' first.
He played
Before
Winchester, right? The rich guy.
He's got like 3 names.
Winchester from MASH.
Yeah, hold on. It's
It was
David Ogden.
David Ogden
Steers. Yeah.
Yes, that's the guy.
Yeah.
Hey Vince, can I throw a quick sidebar? Going on the route of like the Boys and the Watchmen movie, there's another character along those lines that in this day and age I would love to see but probably would never happen. Remember that little independent comic book, Martial Law?
Yeah.
Yeah, where they completely just went back, went ham on all the heroes, and he would just, that was fun stuff.
Destroyer Duck, which was somebody who'd been ripped off for Howard Duck, wanting to go in and just destroy everything in the universe, so you send in Destroyer Duck. There were so many things where people were trying to do that. Boys, I loved Boys before it became the series, and there's a lot of differences between the two.
Oh, there's a lot.
And but the concept of who is kind of like Watchmen was like who, the people who watch over everybody else. Boys was who watches the Watchers, who are the ones who over polices the heroes, and then the idea to make heroes bad guys, that they're really scumbag narcissists and all that. I mean, that stuff was gut wrenching when you were reading, like when they raped what's her name. I'm like, wow.
Starlight, right? Is that her name?
Yeah, I think it's Starlight. Yeah, and so I can understand a niche for that. That some people wanting to read stuff like that, but not everything needs to get there. You know, they've forgotten that good storytelling is what sells books. Artwork and storytelling. Artists can't sell your book for a long period of time because it gets a little old. If there's no story and it's just all art, then it's not going to work. Same way, if it's all story and the artwork isn't complementary, it's not going to work. You need to put the right artist with the right storyteller, and you're going to keep a comic going. Right now, manga is kicking our ass in comics. Comics are disappearing off the shelf. You can't even walk into a Barnes and Noble and look for trades because they're like pick through and hardly anything there. But you can go walk over to the manga section.
Yeah, and you got
and it's
sections.
like 4 rows. They got recliner seating, and they bring you tea and everything else, and you just sit there and enjoy it. That was like heaven for me. I was like, wow, I can read books for free and leave. Because I swear half those people don't buy the books they're reading. They just go to Barnes & Noble to read like a library.
Yeah, it's quiet. You can just pick what you want, sit in a chair, go get Starbucks.
Real quick, so this martial law thing, it's just Judge Dredd. It's like Nazi Judge Dredd in a kid's hands.
Yeah, it is some dark shit. Oh man, it is dark, but it's fun too at the same time because it was definitely
yes, it was definitely tongue firmly planted in the cheek, and you know that he's making fun of it, But I remember when Judge Dredd came out, and I was just in love with that book because it was different.
Yeah.
Well, but I always
point about the aging process, right? That is actually one comic book where canonically Dredd is aging, right? That is canonically true of the main series of Dredd. Is however old he should be from the time that comic started is actually how old he is now.
Yes.
And I think he's like dying of cancer or so. Like he's got a disease that is slowly killing him. So they've built it in now. Dread's got to come to an end at some point, and it will. Whether
Unless
or not,
there's a Dread Jr. out there. I mean,
yeah, I was about to
Gonna
say
be a-
they've already established clones and all kinds of stuff, so they
The
can definitely find a way to keep going. But OG Dread is going to die.
going to die.
well, and that's the thing. That's the difference between what we have here in the West versus in the East or in Europe. As far as like these characters go through a process, they end up dying, and the next generation come in and take over. That's why like the Full Metal Alchemist books are great.
But I think part of what plays into that, right, is also the culture, right? Because how many manga have been going on from the time when we were kids, right? A lot of them have ended. Like, sure, they got into a habit with like One Piece and Naruto.
Case
and
closed.
Yeah. But even Dragon Ball, right? They've resurrected. But a lot of the major series, like Full Metal, ended.
Yeah,
right?
Full Metal ended. Yep.
Ended. Trigun ended. Like Bebop had its little bitty manga run. It ended. You had all of these stories that ended, and it's like, okay, cool. We had that story. It had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and then it ended. And now we move on to where's the next cool thing? Where's the next interesting thing? Whereas here in the West, with our superheroes, we have been stuck with Clark as Superman forever. We have been stuck with Bruce as Batman forever. We've been stuck with these characters being stagnant in place. And like I said, in the 90s, they actually changed. They actually moved on. They handed off the cowl to someone else. We've never gotten that growth and stuck with it because of a fear of failing, because of a fear of sales, because of all these fears that all these companies have with trying to maintain these audiences and just trying
Well,
to.
and that's the difference between, like you said, the culture.
Right.
They're into storytelling. What do? Everything we do is about merchandising and making money. Nothing survives very long if it's not making somebody money. A story will last a long time and give enough growth and growing room to get to their points.
Yeah. Look at
That's
Doctor
what
Who.
happened. That's what happened to Young Justice and the Green Lantern TV show, right? They got canned because the toys weren't selling. It's like, oh, because the toys aren't telling, but you're telling a good TV show, you got to cancel the TV show because the merchandise isn't doing it.
It's like Thundercats, the remake of Thundercats, fantastic anime, died because the toys weren't selling. Even the revamp of He-Man was fantastic, and it died because toy sales.
The thing about One Piece, it's still going on, but it's still the same story. It's not like they revamped it, killed them off, and brought them back. It's just still going on.
And that's
crazy.
like, what, over 1,000 books or something now?
Yeah, there are over 1,000 episodes, 1,000 chapters. It's hard to keep up with.
What's the joke, right? Where we're all gonna be dead, and he's still not gonna have Luffy's still not gonna have found the One Piece.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, think about Walking Dead. I love the comics, and at some point, I mean, to me, it was cut short. I think Kirkman was like, "I'm done. I'm just ready for this to go away," and so they do that big life jump, and then we end up finding what happened to his son.
With
But I
Carl.
think if something sticks around too long, it kills itself, or it becomes its own enemy, or it becomes the villain. And that's what's going to happen with it on TV.
Well,
I have a feeling that it's going to get... I'm hoping these new offshoots... I'm really looking forward to Rick and Michonne. I'm looking forward to Daryl being over in France. I want to see what New York looks like. When you start branching out into other areas of the world, you're going to get my attention. But after a while, you would have thought that we'd have quit killing each other and started realizing who the enemies were. Or we're just going to die and kill ourselves, and the United States is going to be one giant zombie land. But turning one of the series is an anthology series where we're going to see little different vignettes from throughout the entire history. I don't know if that's going to last long. I think that's going to kind of get boring after a while.
So
because eventually people are going to crave to see a continued story, right? They're going to want to start to see some of these characters move on and do more, right? Eventually, you latch onto a character and you want to see more of that character.
Well, and was it? We were talking about this a little bit yesterday, Dad. You know, like you end up killing off certain characters, and that can also kind of kill people's interest in the run because they either associate with that character and they feel that that's the character they're reading it for, like Glenn being killed by Negan, you know. And same thing for me with and the reason why I brought that up was because of how I feel about Last of Us 2. If I would have played that game and got to the point where Joel was murdered, I would have took that game back because he was the character that I wanted to follow, you know. But it was needless to kill him the way they did, and what he did in the first game, and for the reasons why the person does what they do to him, is not justified because. And they try. I don't know. I don't want to kind
in
of.
their eyes, they were in the characters' eyes. They felt justified, but it was just poorly written,
Yes.
and there was no justification. All he did was protect. He lost his daughter, found a new surrogate daughter, and he did everything in the world he could to protect her. All right,
Right.
okay.
Their whole argument was they were trying to do the what you sow from the seeds of violence, right? The
Violence,
perpetual
right.
cycle of violence is what they were trying to speak to. It was just, you didn't have to kill Joel in the first 15 minutes of that game.
Yeah, no.
And it was like if you think, going back to Walking Dead, Negan, he in the comic it's different, but in the show, they attacked him first. They killed all those people in that one warehouse. So in
they provoked it.
He's justified.
Yeah,
these were the bad guys. If you're sleeping, you wake up and some guys are invading your house, and you shoot them. In your eyes, you're the good guy. They're the bad guys.
Right.
But these could be cops coming in because you're a drug dealer, and they're the good guys in their eyes.
Yeah, but
it really depends on which direction you're going to try to come from. Mm-hmm. And I think Walking Dead did it better than what they did in the game.
Yeah, because go ahead, Di. Yeah,
I was about to say in the Walking Dead game, they killed off the main protagonist in the Telltale games, but they did it right. They did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So they could do it if they do it right, but if in part 2 they kill off the main protagonist that you played as in the first one, usually not that good of way to do it,
Yeah. So it's all about. It's like I've brought up multiple times, right? Where a lot of these shows, they're skipping, right? They're not hitting the beats they need to get those emotional moments to really to earn what they're trying to do. They see where they want to go, and instead of taking the time to build you to that moment, they just say, okay, well, that's where we want to go. Here's step A, here's a bunch of random bullshit, and kind of some connective tissue that we sort of lazily throw in there as we go along, and here's the big moment that we want to get to, right? This is the big set piece we wanted to show, and we just kind of made up shit to get us there, but the made up shit that got us there was lazy and felt thrown together in about a week.
Yeah, I call it convenience writing. Yes. You want to get, where you want to go, and you're just going to take the most shortcuts to get there. And what you're missing along the way is really what the story is about.
Right.
It's the old saying, there's a lot of anecdotes in our lives. It's not the journey, it's not the destination, but the journey. That's important. Those are said for a reason, and they equate to so much in our life. And they're never an end. It's always the end of one part and the beginning of something new. But if you never actually get to that end, you're not. It feels stagnant after a while, and you just kind of lose audience. Have you ever loved a show, but you get to season 5 and it's just kind of meandering, and you just, I can miss this episode, and then I've missed a couple episodes. I'm gonna DVR it, and I'll come back and watch it, and all of a sudden your DVR is full, and you go, you know what? Which one am I going to sacrifice now?
Yeah,
that is the problem. If your story is not got enough to it to get you there, don't try to stretch it out because you're going to mess it up. And don't shortcut, because there are little elements as you're writing that are going to want to talk to you and want to guide you and go, hey, you know what? Well, let's explore this. And it could be better than what you originally thought of. But if you're not, and you're putting on those horse blinders, you're limiting yourself to so much more that you can do. And I feel that's what's happening with like the superhero movies and the genre. They are got them blinders on, and they're going to do something. And even when their sales prove and the ratings prove it doesn't work, they become so fixated and stubborn. They stick with it until it destroys whatever they're trying to do.
Well, right now they have the biggest excuse ever, right? Of, oh, well, COVID happened, and so well, that's why sales were down. That's why viewership was down. That's why this struggled. Well, we're still dealing with the effects of that. People still aren't ready to come back to theaters, and blah blah. Like, they have all these built-in excuses that they can run to for now to kind of excuse themselves in their mind of, well, this is why this didn't perform quite as well. No, we're going to keep on with the plan, right? The plan's got us here to this point, so if we just proceed with the plan, it'll work out in the end, and we'll bring people back around.
Just don't give it to J.J. Abrams.
Oh, or Kathleen Kent. There's a number of one side. Just they're franchise killers, and they need to be kept away from certain things.
Wow.
Hey, you want to know a good franchise that I thought had potential that got killed early on? Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow.
You know why that was a great? Did you ever see the original short? That guy did that himself.
Yeah.
At home, and he created this wonderful world, and it got shown around because people were posting it and sharing it.
Yep.
And a studio went, wow, this has got potential. And then they made it, but they became afraid of it because they didn't advertise it right. And the same thing happened with John Carter.
John
Not
Carter,
Carpenter.
yeah.
John Carter.
Wow.
Which movie, Dad? Which movie?
Now that's a movie I want.
There's my daughter.
He says.
And it goes to sometimes they're in it and then they become afraid of what they've got because they don't know how to define it, and so they just kind of ghost it. And then when it's a failure because they didn't advertise it right. They didn't put in the effort in it, not because it was bad. And history proves them wrong over and over and over and over again. Look at how many movies that were box office bombs and failures that went on to be one of the top 100 classic films ever made that are studied in film school.
Literally all of John Carpenter.
Yeah, all of John Carpenter. Yeah.
Oh, while we're on John Carpenter real quick, did you notice the music for Tekken at the opening sequence? That was friggin' They Live.
Yeah, I know.
I was like laying there and waiting for the credits to finish. And I went, how come I've got this They Live vibe going on right now?
I'm waiting for Nada to walk up and go, where's the shop steward?
I haven't watched it yet. Is it good?
What's
You're
up?
good?
Yeah, you're good.
No. Tekken. It is Tekken.
Yes.
Tekken's good. It's really
it's
good.
good.
It's really good.
I have one complaint about Tekken Bloodlines. Episode 6 seemed like they ran out of ideas. They rehashed a lot of what had been going on in the previous
seemed like they
episode.
Drew himself in a corner.
Yes.
And they couldn't figure out how to get out of it.
Yeah, because they threw in a lot more of the reflection stuff.
Well,
I hear you, David.
David, because they didn't have the bear. There's no fighting with the bear. No Kuma.
That would have got him out of that corner. Just a bear.
Yeah. So, yeah, and that's all. That's the whole line with Paul. Paul going, I had to fight a freaking bear.
Well, at the end when they were all fighting ogre. I was like, okay, where's the bear? It would have been great to see the bear just come flying out of the debris and grab.
I wanted all the other characters to show up.
And then
Yeah.
everybody else fighting, and it was just those three characters plus, what's his name?
Well, because, I mean, they're pivotal to Jin's story. You had Harang, Zhao Yu, and, of course, Paul being there kind of almost as a mentor. And they went that direction. I would have loved to have seen Law there. Even though all of his endings are jokes, he's still a Bruce Lee archetype.
And he was the character I played.
We didn't have. There was other characters that we didn't even have in this. Brian Fury should have been in here, and he wasn't there. That would have been a whole other element of like this crazy. Jack wasn't even there. I mean, there was a lot of elements that weren't there, but it didn't feel like it was shoehorned in. They had a direction they were going, and they wanted to tell. And I do think, yes, it's one of those things that it definitely needed 2 more episodes.
I think it needed 2 to 3 episodes to flesh it out a little bit more, and it would have been a much better story. Now, I'm sorry. Here's a question. If you are watching something that could literally mean the end of all life on the planet, are you going to sit and hide, or your ass going to get involved? Even my crippled dumbs cane walking butt is going to get into the fight because it matters for everybody. Hanging back, I mean, come on. It was, if you go back to Superman, the second movie, when Zod and them are all there, and Superman got his butt stomped. The one thing that the people did that I thought was right was they were like, "Hey man, they kicked Superman. Let's get him!" And these normal humans picking up pipes and whatever they could carry, go to storm Zod. In a fight where your life depends on it, you got to get involved. You got to fight. You can't sit in the sidelines and hope your side wins.
Right.
Well, and a lot of it though is that like the reason why Hayachi didn't want to do anything was because of the fact that he wanted Ogre to kill.
Oh, I know
Jin.
he did.
Because
he's perfect.
He was trying. Yes, he was great. And the thing is, he was trying to, because the Devil Gene. That the only thing that makes Jin different than Kazuya and his mother. I mean, Kazuya's mother was because of June. And that's why when you look at him, he has angel wings in his devil form than he has the devil wings that Kazuya has.
Yes.
So I wanted to add something to y'all's talk earlier about continuity and how here in the United States, our superheroes and our comics and things like that never really seem to change much. Like if it does, it always goes back to reboots and you go back to origin stories and things like that. Reminds me of a time when my father would take us to these conventions before conventions were huge. It would be in a hotel, like ballroom type thing. There would be like tables, there, and you'd have very few people that were popular showing up. Well, I remember one in particular, Stan Lee was going to be there. And I remember us sitting down and Dad was like, he's the guy who created, like he went over like Spider-Man and all kinds of stuff. And I was like, all right, cool. I was like a little kid. And I remember my dad arguing with Stan Lee about continuity and why we don't age people or kill them off and keep them dead. And just knowing like how big he became before he passed away and how big conventions are now. Like it is a huge event. Like people spend thousands of dollars cosplaying and, wanting to get autographs from their favorite people. And this was like a weekend random thing we did every once in a while when it was here in Houston. And
Saturday, Sunday.
Never forget Dad arguing with Stan Lee and how now he was like untouchable. And I was like, my dad argued with that guy.
Oh, well, you should have seen what I remember when I pissed off Todd McFarlane. We waited for hours. We were 2 people away from him, and I was going to have some issues signed. And he looked over and he saw the crowd, and he looked over and he whispers to this guy, and the guy goes, stands up, and I'm like 2 guys away from him.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, don't do it. I knew what was coming. And he stands up and he walks off and he's guided with his handler. Sorry, that's it for the day. He's hit his 500 limit. And I was like, I want to see the count. You got a clicker? Will you click in that? I want to know if he's actually saw 500 people. And I was like up in the poor guy's face because hours. I stood in hours and walked through lines just so I could see if I could get him to autograph some stuff for me. And these were Spider-Man. These weren't like Spawn. He was still doing Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember a bunch of other people started complaining and they were getting mad, and I was like, uh-oh. I started something. We gotta go. Come on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, we need to leave.
We gotta get away before there's a riot. This fat old guy I wasn't old back then.
You weren't that fat either.
Who did I look like back then? I didn't look like George Lucas. I wasn't called.
You weren't Kevin Smith at the time.
I
Either.
wasn't Kevin Smith yet. It was somebody
Way
else.
before him.
Used to say I look. Oh, it was what's his name? The wrestler, Mick Foley.
And Mick Foley.
And And I was like, Mick Foley started a riot at the local comic book convention.
Could you imagine the paper? He's reading the paper. What? I wasn't even in Houston.
And
All
you
my
go
life,
Vince
people
McMahon on the phone. What did you do?
Chris said that you're the first Karen, Dad.
I was the first Karen.
He's the first.
Probably was. They had a couple of vehicles out front. Where you could walk and look at the custom vehicles and everything. And McFarlane had been standing by one taking some pictures earlier. I was like, which one was the one that McFarlane was standing by? I'm going to steal that motherfucker. And I'm joking, but my kids are going, really? And I'm like, no, don't listen to me. Don't ever listen to a thing your dad says.
That was the one he had that T-Bird that was all dressed up as the with the Spamobile or something? Or that was the second one.
That was the second one we went.
Yeah, because we were doing the Thorn Comics when you had the comic shop at the time.
Yeah,
because that was the one with Doug Hazelwood,
Jurgens, and Hazelwood, and got to meet and a lot of my heroes. Yeah. But me and Colin, we were going to him before you guys were even a thought.
Yeah,
and got to meet some really old artists. That was when we'd walk around and show off our art, trying to see if somebody would tell us we were going to be the next big thing.
Well, my greatest experience at a convention in that time was when I got to meet Perez.
Oh yeah.
And he sat down with me and said, "All right, you got good work, but I'd like to see you work on these things." Yeah. He wasn't condescending and he wasn't trying to build me up. Okay, you're great. He looked at it and he said, "This is good stuff. This has got potential. Try not to do these things and do these things." And the guy spent 10 minutes with me.
Yeah.
That was the one where Marv Wolfman was there too.
Oh.
Yeah, because remember he was on that whole line of road people.
And my brother's a huge Teen Titans fan, right? His favorite character of all time has always been Dick Grayson. So the fact that Teen Titans was, Dick basically running a team, right, was always my brother's favorite. So my brother loves Marv Wolfman, and he worked for, comic shop for years, and they actually had Marv Wolfman come to the shop and do signings and things. And my brother begged them to allow him to basically chauffeur Marv Wolfman around just so he could talk to him and nerd out at him about all the Teen Titans stuff that he could possibly muster. So that was pretty cool.
So
it always disappoints me sometimes because you want to meet your heroes and then sometimes you meet them and they're dicks and you're like, oh, did not expect that.
Yeah. Speaking of that, so y'all all know that I was a huge fan of Joseph Linsner.
Yeah.
Thanks to Dad, I was a huge fan of Dawn, and she was Mother Earth, and everybody knows I'm a bit on the witchy side. That's no surprise. But I actually got to meet him finally at a con. I'd never gotten to meet him. I just remember seeing all the cards my dad collected, some of the comics he used to get, and then I really got into his comics as I was a teenager. And then Dad started helping me buy a lot of the statues, which I still have. They're all in boxes. I just don't have places to put them yet. But I actually got to go to one of the cons back when you guys were doing The Threat, and he was at one of them. And I was just so shy. I didn't know how to talk to him. I was like, I'm a huge fan. I don't have shit for you to sign, but I love your work.
Would you autograph my arm, shoulder, back? Let me touch you and I'll never pay you, please.
But he was such a nice, just down to earth dude, and people kept coming up wanting him to autograph statues and whatnot. And I told him about the mug that Josh had gotten me, Josh Gentry, a long time ago, and it was an autograph from him, and it got washed in his autograph.
Washed in a dishwasher.
And I told him about that, and he's like, "Yeah, make sure you don't wash these pictures." And I was like, funny guy. But it's nice when you do get to meet somebody that you've I wouldn't say idolized, but looked up to in some way in real life, because then it's they are just normal people, but you don't know if they're going to be rude or they're going to be nice.
Or you're going to make the what's his name, the guy who was from Supernatural, the Crowley. I can't remember the actor's
Crowley
name.
Yell at you? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. Sorry, Crowley.
we were talking, and she put herself into the conversation, and he.
Oh, let's hear you talking to Logan. He was trying to get Logan to talk, my son.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What? How old was
He was young.
8 or 9? Like
Yeah.
Alex was born at the time. So, and he was like, he just reminds me of my son. And I was like, cool. And Logan was like my little wingman when it came to like meeting celebrities. And we were over there talking to him, and Logan's like, I recognize you from Doctor Who. And he was like, oh, you let him watch Doctor Who? And I was like, yeah, he loves Doctor Who. And he's like, he's not scared of it? And I was like, no. And I was like, we watch Supernatural too. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he started trying to talk to Logan about stuff, like what his favorite things were. And Logan was just kind of like, and I was like, he likes this. And then he was like, he kind of looked at me, and then he asked Logan another question. And then I go, he kind of likes this stuff. And then he's like, I'm not talking to you. And he's got that British accent. He's like, I'm talking to him. And I'm like, so I'm going to hide underneath the table now. And they eventually like apologized. But it's one of those things like when you get scolded by somebody that you watch on TV, you're just like, I just want to be 6 feet under right now. Whatever. Fussed at by a demon.
Yeah, he plays a really good. His character Willoughby in Doom Patrol is great too.
Yes, yes. Now we also got to meet Winston at that con. From Ghostbusters.
Ernie Hudson.
And he was Ernie Hudson, and I was like, I walked by, he was just sitting there, and nobody was over by him, and I was like, he was like, and I walked over, and I was like, we're gonna get another Ghostbusters. And he goes, that's interesting. And man, he talked to me for like 15 minutes. And when he was done, I still didn't know if we were going to get another Ghostbusters. And then I got to meet the father from Teen Wolf, the guy who was always like in Support Your Local Sheriff and all those things. It was weird because the older actors that were there weren't getting the attention that the new or hip actors were getting. So I was just making the rounds and getting autographs and talking to everybody I could. And it just was like 3 or 4 people, nobody there, and then 2 people with it around the corner and down the hall. What is his name? Damn it. The guy who played Merle on Walking Dead.
Michael Rooker.
Michael Rooker. Rooker, if you're watching, you freaking owe me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can only wish she was watching.
I got there though. I remember that.
So Die.
Man, I love your comic. I'm gonna come over. We're gonna do an advertisement for it. Well, you'll have me. We'll talk about it. You get somebody here to do the camera and everything. And I was like, woo! Mark was like, man, that's great. Where is he?
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
So
and
Dad, I want to
walk over there to find him, and they said he was he'd gone. He had to go to a radio station for.
So Dad, you've been to quite a few conventions and stuff. What are some of your memories and things?
You know, like meeting people or just the conventions themselves?
Overall.
You know?
I mean,
the
both.
whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, depending on the cosplays, I had like a few voice actors come up being like, oh, is this, you know? And I felt bad because I do like a lot of English dubs, but, you know, everyone that did approach me were English dubs that I didn't watch. So I was like, oh, it's very cool to meet you. Yeah. And like I met Akainu from One Piece. I think, some character from Bleach, which I didn't watch Bleach at the time, so I was like, oh, it's very nice to meet you, you know?
I don't know which character.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't know, I just really like to cosplay and, you know, talk to other people about, you know, anime at the conventions and stuff. I think that's the best thing I do, you know? Or even, like, when I do talk to voice actors, I like to see if they watch anime and what their favorite anime
what they
is,
watch.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Or if because some of them don't even watch this stuff, you know, like they just voice it and then that's it. But then some like are really like love the art of anime or games or whatever they're doing. But yeah, I don't know.
I always loved like if you were talking to them and they would run through the voices, the characters they play, and you're like, whoa, you know, 3 or 4 characters in a row, and they just changing their voice a little bit. You know, my dream has always been to meet Seth MacFarlane and just try to get him to do everything he's ever done.
I just want to sing with him. He's got an amazing singing voice.
Did
Yeah.
you just? Okay, I'm
he's-
glad.
In all of his voices, though, right? Like he sings great as Peter. He sings great as Stewie. He sings great as Brian. And it's
Brian,
all
yeah.
voices. Is like that's insane that you can be that musically like talented at different ranges in different voices. It's weird as hell, but it works.
While we're
So
talking about him, do y'all
Oh,
like
you-
Orville? Does anybody watch Orville?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
I like.
You know
the role.
how I loved the third season on Hulu, and
Yeah.
it saved the series.
Yeah.
Now he's moving it over to, is it HBO Max or somebody else?
Well,
but-
Hulu is connected to a bunch of stuff, so they're partnering, they're cross pollinating.
Yeah,
What
but
it is.
he just did an announcement talking about where it's moving. But as of now, there's no actors signed for a fourth season. And I'm like, please don't rest on your laurels and just, we're gonna make money off of the airings.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, man, you
Syndication.
just hit. It is the most Star Trek show. It beats Star Trek itself every time. And the third season was the best. And I'm like, oh, you're hitting your stride. Don't end it now. And I just got this bad Star Trek vibe because Star Trek ended after the third season too.
Yeah.
You guys been to a lot of cons. Like, what do you like, the medium-sized cons or the smaller cons or the bigger cons? Because I notice when I do talk to voice actors and stuff, it's better when you're at like more like a medium-sized or a smaller con because you're able to actually talk to them. And they just don't. Oh, I signed now. Get the hell out of here.
Well, and the thing is that the bigger cons, the overhead is bigger. They have to get the bigger actors. They have to promise so much money, and so to keep the guys who are promoting and putting on the con from having to pay out of pocket, they guarantee a certain number, and they're going to make sure that they make that money. And of course, they want to make a profit. So they push you through like a conveyor belt. And even if the actor wants to take time and spend time talking with you, their handlers will run you off or say, you can't because you're blocking other people from getting there.
Yeah.
I always try to look for the off period because usually I was working a table. But then I'd go when everybody was off. You could see where there weren't a lot of people there. And then you could go up and do one-on-one conversations with them. And like there are some who's the guy from Terminator? I got the picture of me and him and Josh together.
Michael Biehn.
Michael Biehn. Michael Biehn was nice, but he just wanted to get the pictures taken, autograph, say a few things, and needed you to move on. But like Kevin Sorbo, man, he got up and walked around with us.
Yeah.
There were actors who, I could have killed Mark because I kept wanting to talk to Lance Hendrickson, and Lance Hendrickson's a freaking chain smoker, and Mark would walk up and go, hey, and he'd see Mark with a cigarette, he'd go, hey, you gonna smoke? And then Mark would go out and smoke with him for 15 minutes at a time. And then I go, okay, well, I'm gonna go back to the table. And I said, man, I'm not gonna take up smoking to get to talk to people.
I
And
love when we got to talk with was it Ray Park?
Ray Park. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I don't know if it's an S or not. I can't remember, but he, again, the Tales of Logan. Logan, you put on music, he starts dancing. Even at 16, he still does it. So imagine this like little 9-year-old. No, I don't think even Alice was born yet at the time.
That was at.
No, he was young.
Fanbase.
I remember you telling me about this. He was younger than that.
I
He
think
was,
he made,
and then it was
when
at
you guys met Ray
Fanbase,
Park, he was younger.
yeah. So okay, so maybe he was around 7 or so. He was younger, and then
We had him in martial arts, but it wasn't the one that he wanted us to put him in.
No, he was in Taekwondo. So we're sitting in line, and Ray's one of those kind of actors that he really loves to get to know the fans, and he gets real mad when the managers and stuff at the cons try to push him through to hurry up and sign these, blah blah blah. And he's like, well, I want to get to know these people, want to talk with them, all that kind of stuff. And so he would put on music and kind of start dancing to it, and then Logan started dancing, and then he looks over and he's like, oh, okay. And then like him and Ray start dancing with each other, and everyone's like pulling out their phones like, oh my gosh. And then we get to talk to him, and then Logan tells him that he's in martial arts, and he's like, "That's awesome." And he's like, "Keep it up." And like, I'm not kidding when I said that my son was a little wingman for us, because he did it with him and he did it with Sean Astin. Like that's probably like my favorite story at a con with my son. And this was at the Irving Convention Center, and me and Logan went upstairs, and the hall that had a lot of these actors in it was it's almost empty. There's almost nobody in there. And I found out that Sean Astin was going to be the voice of Raphael.
Raphael, yeah, as when he was advertising for the Turtles.
Yeah, and so Logan went up there and he was like, "Oh my gosh," because he had pictures of that. Of course, him is Sam, and then from the Goonies and all this other stuff. And he started talking to Logan, like he was like, "Hey," and Logan's like, "Hi." And he's like, I'm excited that you're gonna voice Raphael and whatnot." He's like, "Oh, you're a fan of the Ninja Turtles?" He's like, "Yeah, I love them." And I was like, "Logan, he was in he was in Lord of the Rings." Like he's like, "Really?" And I showed him the picture. He's like, "That's awesome." And he's like, "Have you ever watched Goonies?" And Logan's like, "I don't know." And I was like, "I don't know if we've shown that to him just yet."
Okay, come here, buddy.
"Oh, you
I love
got to." And then they
Good
started
night.
talking about movies that Logan really liked. And then he's like, Logan would be great in acting. Get him into acting. I can just those kid roles. And Logan really wanted an autograph from him. And I was like, "Well, I have to go downstairs, pull some cash out of the ATM, and I'll come back up." He's like, "All right, cool. We'll see you when you come back up." So fast forward, we went downstairs, which was 3 stories, came all the way back up, and now there's a line. So we're standing in the line about 6 to 7 people back, and Sean happens to look up and see Logan. He's like, "Logan!" And Logan's like, "Hi, Sean!" And then everybody in the crowd's like, Sean Astin. And I was like, yeah.
I'm trying to remember. That was the room where Robert Englund was, where the guy kept cutting me off when we were talking. And
what's his face from Starship Troopers?
From Starship Troopers, yeah.
Yeah, he was in that room.
He was flirting with you and every other woman who walked by his desk, a table. And and when he stood up, he started screaming the Marine chant from Starship Troopers, and the whole room explodes and doing the hoo-ha, yeah, that whole thing. I was like, all right, this is what cons are about. And I think cons have hurt themselves because they're not personable anymore. Yeah. It's about the money. So there's something lost there. They now move people behind doors. So you have to pay $150, $200, up to $300 to get an autograph and a 5-minute chat with them. And that is not what I went and what I saw at con. When I was young, I was 16 years old. I met Ray Harryhausen. I walked in and I was sitting there, and I was like, this was in it was an old store that had been gutted, and they came in and retrofitted it and everything, and it was a con. And I made my own Logan's Run friggin' outfit. I was walking around like a Sandman and all that stuff. And I saw Clash of the Titans, the Kraken. And I immediately beelined over to it. And I was looking at it, and I went to touch it, and he goes, "Don't touch it." And he goes, "Not that I don't want you to, it's there." He said, "They can break apart really easy, and as they get older, they disintegrate." And he goes, "Do you know what the process is?" And we said and talked about stop animation. I said, I used to try to do it when I was a kid. We had no 8mm camera, and I would try to do it. It's really, really hard. I said the closest we ever came to it was like where you film, where you sit on the ground, you take a few frames, then you move a little bit, and you set and take a few frames, and you move a little bit, and it makes it look like you're driving on your butt. And it was fun, but it was nothing like what he did. And he literally took the time to explain everything. He pulled out a book. He showed me the method. He was like, the real important thing is in measurements, measuring your movements and all this stuff. You'll never see that again at a con. You'll never experience it. The kids who go to cons now do not get that. I was stuck in an elevator at one of the cons in Houston with James Doohan, who had got there late and he hadn't quite signed up to do Star Trek: The Motion Picture yet. He was still doing, I think, Jason Star Command or whatever that TV show was. And I saw him going into an elevator, man, and I beeline for the elevator because I wanted to get his autograph. And there was a reporter in there from one of the newspapers. I don't know if it was Chronicle or whatever. Could have been Houston Press. I don't remember. And I got in, the elevator shuts, and he's like, and then he just was like, okay, just, you're okay. And we started to go up, and he hit the stop button. And he goes, I've arranged to stop for a few minutes and have an interview with you. And so he's sitting there talking, and I'm like against the side of the elevator wall, just listening to Scotty. And I'm shocked because he doesn't sound like Scotty. He's just talking normal. And I was like, where's his accent? And all that stuff that you think about as a kid. And he was talking, and they said, well, are you going to be in Star Trek: The Motion Picture? And he says, I don't know. Several of us have not been asked or seen the contract yet, but it's about money. And if we don't get the money we want, we're not going to do it. And I was heartbroken. I was like, wait a minute, you wouldn't do Star Trek? He goes, son, I have to make a living. I have kids I have to support. I have a working show right now. If I'm going to do that and leave that to go do this, they need to be able to compensate me. And I just kind of, it melted, man. It just blew that whole childhood hero worship thing away. And it really set it home for me that these are these are people. The people you see on TV are not who they are. You see ones that see in the theater. But by the time it was done, he was joking with me, and when they let me off on another floor after he started, he patted me in the back and he goes, have a good one. And they kept on going wherever they were going to go. I think they were going to go to his room and talk for a minute. And I made my way downstairs, but I was like, the whole con thing was changed for me at that moment.
What years do you think it changed? What timeline do you think it started?
When the big con purchased all the smaller ones.
Yeah, I think when San Diego Comic-Con started kind of doing the copyright of they're the only con that can have the title Comic-Con and going after the smaller cons because it made it harder for the...
Pop culture took it over.
That's true, too.
When it became about getting product placement, basically, in the conventions. It's Comic-Con. I mean, I watched it over the years, and you still got the cosplayers, and you still got the big... the tent pole companies, the Marvels, the DCs, the whatever. But then little by little, you started having all these other companies jump in, like cologne companies and food. And then I'm like, what? What is that? I don't want to know about 90210. Why is it at a con? You know?
So, and the same thing, toys slowly came into it too. Because remember, there were the dealers' rooms were generally comics.
Yes.
And anything movie related. But then toys started to come in. Because toys did their own thing. They had their own cons for a long time. And then the markets started changing and they had to consolidate with the other ones. So now you get these mega cons.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I was going to ask was, because the most time I've ever spent in a convention was whenever I was helping you set up for one of the times that you were here in the city, and that's literally the most time I've ever been in a convention hall at a convention. I've never actually been there when the convention's been going on. It's just never really something I've done a whole lot. But I've also heard a lot of people comment about the fact that nerddom, right, geekdom, all this stuff that used to be all of these niche communities have become these humongous moneymakers. That now all of a sudden you have this, basic audience that's coming in, kind of what you were talking about before, where you had to introduce people to these origins because now they're coming in from the movies. Well, now it's that, on steroids at this point. You have this much huger audience that's all of a sudden gotten into this thing, and they're in it on a very basic surface level for the most part for a lot of them, but they all of a sudden see the fun of going to these events where, maybe they don't care as much about seeing the people directly involved to the fact that, oh yeah, this is Captain America or whatever. It's like they're just going through the experience of the convention, and that's kind of what's blowing up the population of a lot of these conventions, and I wonder if that's part of what plays into it, right? The fact that, you know, it's not just a bunch of nerds in a you know, stripped out old comic book shop. Now it's, you know, tens of thousands of people piling into these huge conventions.
You're getting all these actors. You're getting all these artists that people know now that didn't know back then, that will pay like 10 grand for the whole experience for the weekend. And it's like, how do you have a job to be able to pay for that? And then they go to like 4 to 5 of them a year.
Well, there are people who can't even afford to miss a con because they're trying so hard to become a comic artist or stay in the industry that they're literally gypsies traveling from con to con to con and paying out buku money for a table and then having to hawk and sell to make the money, sometimes just enough to go to the next con. Right. Hoping for that big break, you know, hoping to be noticed. Mark got something I never got to do because Mark really got tied in with the people who do Comic Palooza. I've always dealt with being at a dealer's table because I either worked at a comic shop or I knew somebody who was going to do a show, and I got to be part of it. And then once you know, me and Mark started our thing, we started going as our own dealer. But Mark really tied in. He got to be part of setting up who was going to take care of a different actor, a different artist, making sure their hotel, and he really got into it. It made him happy. And it really surprised me recently to find out that he's stopping all of that. But I understand. It's just not what it used to be. I would love my kids and my grandkids have all grown up going to shows with me. And I haven't gone back to a show in 4 years now. And I look at videos of Logan when he was with me, or even Tiny Alice at a show. And I was like, man, I'd do anything to experience that again. But they are so crowded now.
And so
that, and yeah, it's a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
At over $150 something for a weekend, more at some of these shows. And now they've grown so big that you've got to have them in different arenas. It's one's at one building and another's at another building and all over the place. But I think they're hurting themselves because for a while there was a glut of them. It got so bad that they were in competition with each other. You had Fan Days, you had Comic Palooza, and I forget what the other one was, all within a week of each other.
Yeah.
And so how can I afford to go to 3 of them? And then I did it because we were trying to promote our book. And then you'd see somebody there who'd gone to all 3, and I was like, man, I want what your job is. But then they pull out plastic. And they're paying everything on a credit card. And so in the end, it's going to hurt them, you know? For me, if I was having in that point of view, I'd pick the ones that are going to give me the most bang for my buck, and that's the one I'm going to go to.
Yeah.
I just think we've lost something, and hopefully we'll see a retraction a little bit, where it'll kind of collapse in a little bit, not completely, but it'll get back to being more about, you know, getting to meet and doing the things you love. But that's never going to happen until the pop culture kind of quiets down. And I don't see any sign of that. I mean, they're even affecting our movies and the comics themselves now.
Yeah.
You know, so
it is like A-Con is blowing up to where it's almost the same thing as going to a comic book convention. A-Cons, which is the anime cons, were kind of like this underground. You didn't really hear much about it. Like they didn't really advertise.
We used to go to the anime cons over in the Rice Village, right there by Rice University, Al-Con and all of them.
Oh, well, yeah. And Anime Matsuri is now the biggest con in the U.S.
And now my kids all go, and I would love to go.
Is it second?
I think it's the second. I think there's another one that's bigger than it. Well, at least the last time I heard, Matsuri was rated as second, but it's still huge.
Yeah, I think it is now. I know A-Con down in Dallas used to be back in, I think, pre-2019. Then they got like banned in Fort Worth, because that's the one I went to, and then 2018, and then I went back in 2019. That was held at in Dallas, and then I don't know. They kept switching management. I don't know where they're at this year, but
I think think they were in Fort Worth again because I missed it. I think the last few years they've been in Fort Worth.
And see, that's another problem. There are cons that get bought by individuals who run them into the ground and don't pay for anything, and then eventually they get banned. All right, and people want to refuse to go into them, so they exit, change the name, get a partner who's facing between them and everybody else, but they're still the money people behind it, and they go and do it to something else. And
yeah, we had that one in Galveston that was like that. That was a dude that got a bunch of actors down here, didn't pay them. They had to pay for their stay. It was just an all-around bad experience. And then they ended up, and it was the one that had like most of the Game of Thrones cast there. So like, you know, Emilia Clarke and Jason Momoa was there. It was a really cool con, but it was not good for the guest at all.
But I mean, this explosion of attendance though isn't just related to conventions. Like,
no, it's not.
The Renaissance Festival here in Texas is huge now. It's bigger than ever.
Yeah.
I mean, every year. Like, I remember the first time I was going with y'all, right? And the first couple times we went there, like there was a decent amount of people, but man, you go now. Like we went last year, and in front of some of the stores where some of those outdoor shows are, like the comedy shows and all that, are going in front of restaurants and stuff. Yeah. Man, it is just wall to wall people across the whole place. And this year there's all the controversy because they've changed the way pricing goes, right? Like you can't just get a camping pass for a vehicle and camp out on the campground.
Yeah.
Now you need individual tickets for people. You need they've completely restructured the way that the cost of that goes, and it's getting to the point where it's astronomical, right? Like
is it? I can't remember his name. We used to work at Renfest.
Yeah.
And I forget the guy who ran it, but he would never sink any new money into the places. And a lot of the people who would rent the booths had to do their own repairs just to be able to sell their stuff safely. And we would complain about it.
I don't know if it's the same person or if enough people have complained or if that's still going on, but I know that they're expanding areas. Like the last time we were out there last year, there's a whole new area where they've like built out a giant pirate ship that's kind of a museum that you can walk through now.
It's been a while since I've been out.
It wasn't very much built up. There were just like a few little almost tent-like shops over there, but they've opened up a new section that they're slowly starting to build up on. So they are expanding it. They are starting to put money into it, but I think it's out of necessity because they need. Yeah,
there's too many crowds. Yeah.
Well, you remember what I wanted to do? I tried to get up enough money to try to buy Renfest or property close by. I wanted to open up a mead hall and a hotel, so that once you left Renfest, you could continue to stay there, and not have to drive into town and drive all the way back. And continue to experience it, and it was just going to cost me much more than I could afford, and all the permits and everything.
Liquor
if
license.
I'd have gotten a backer, it would have been okay. But I was trying to do it on my own. But I still believe you could build a castle-like hotel on the property. You could build a meat hall as a restaurant, and it would make money. And then you could be open all year long. You don't have to close. You could have it during the winter. People would walk around there with snow. The only time you wouldn't want to be there was when it rained, and we know what that is like.
Yeah, that was awful. That was awful.
Torrential rains, man. And I remember walking out from one of the things we were working. I think it was King of the Log, and I had to go get something. Taking some money, and I had to go get something. And the wood plank steps were old, and they had that film on it because of the rain.
Meat hall barbecue.
And I went and went toot, 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 and I was laying there in the mud like this, and this lady comes running over to me, goes, "Are you all right?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm okay." And she goes, "Here, let me help you up." And as she helped me up, there was a nail sticking out of one of the boards, and it caught me right here, and it ripped my skin, cut me up, and I had this beautiful red pirate shirt, and it just cut it up. And she goes, come with me, come with me. She marks me in, and I found out she was one of the ladies who sold costumes. And she pulled your shirt off, and I was like, really? And she goes, pull your shirt off. I can't remember if that was Kat or not. And I pulled my shirt off, and she goes, let me, ooh, and then she cleaned it up, she bandaged it up, and she was like, oh, put this on. Put it on, it was a nice green shirt, and I was like, oh, I like this. And
Or
I
she
put
did
all my
that.
shaft and everything on, and then I walked back to the booth after I took the money where I needed to take it. And I took you to her because she liked you, because she was like, oh, the things I could do with her. And she would always dress up her. And Ember was my best hawker. And she would start fights between drunk people and then entice them to get up on the Fight the Log or King of the Hill so they could battle it out with pillows.
Luckily, we didn't have to clean up puke afterwards.
Yeah. I have fond memories of that place, but I remember how bad it was getting before there at the end. And then I gotta wonder, because remember they had a fire in one of the
They did.
places,
But
and how much that was said we got to start fixing this.
So Dad, my buddy Donkey said that change my pants too.
The best thing was on a Saturday night. Saturday night, when we camp out because there's an area for the actors and everybody workers in the back where we could camp, and we'd all pitch tents. Some of us could sleep in our cars, and not like that, Colin. But on this one night, on a Saturday, on the weekend, we'd all get together and everybody would do a potluck. And we'd make this big batch of spaghetti and all this other stuff.
I remember that.
And there was wine, and we had the run of the park all night long. And you think that place was wild during the day. You should have been in there at night. But fond memories.
Fond memories.
Yes, pitch in a tent, Colin. Pitch in a tent.
Hey Edward, how's it going, brother?
Pants, potluck, boy, oh boy.
He's breaking out a sweat over there. You're making it's like, woo!
Man, I'm getting
I
hot.
do believe
We talked about pitching tents and pants coming off. Woo.
That dude, I always survive on the kindness of
Hey, how's it going, James? That's too funny.
So, I mean, you guys, I know that like one of the episodes we talked about Resident Evil, we were supposed to do a whole nother one, but life got in the way. Remember how I told you that this back part of the tattoo was the crow holding the key from the second game, and then the green herb that's going to be right here?
Yeah.
Instead of finishing the stone that goes into the tiger's eye, he added to it
The ink ribbon.
So now I've got ink ribbon, and I've got the typewriter that says, "Fear won't kill you, but ...
So where are you going to put
But,
Thomas?
but not saving your game and getting killed by a tyrant will.
Brock's like,
Oh, man.
Jill sandwich. So like, I'm not putting a Jill sandwich on my arm. No, thank you.
Jill sandwich. You were almost a Jill sandwich. Was it here, Jill, you can use this, the master of unlocking. Here's this.
Sorry about that.
You know what? It wasn't Tyrant. It was Mr. X.
Yes, it was Mr. X.
Mr. X. It was Mr. X in the second one. Yeah.
Because I forgot somebody modded in that music.
Yes,
of,
the DMX music.
Yeah,
X gonna give it to you. Yeah, that was hilarious, dude. I think that's one of my favorite mods for Resident Evil 2 is the X is gonna give it to you because you can just hear it in the background coming up. It's just coming. He comes in the door, and the music starts playing loudly.
Fantastic.
Yes, the mods.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've already talked about some of those
We've
mods,
already
sis,
talked about some of them.
that your husband
My
does.
husband in the background went, no.
He's shy now. He's gonna duck himself. You're gonna have to find him hidden in the couch.
No, because of Carlos from 3.
Yeah, I
Mods
know.
for that one.
Oh, that is
No,
messed
we're
up.
not talking about the Carlos mods. We can talk about the Jill mods, but not
He's
Carlos.
smuggling sausages.
About the Jill, the Carlos, the Chris from the 8. I'm not a sicko. I'm a woman.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. While we're on this kind of a topic, there was
Here we
time
go.
where I took Anna and them. Was it Anna? When
Where?
the guy come walking with the anaconda in his face?
Yes, it was the Renaissance Festival.
That's what I was talking about.
And me and Anna were sitting on one of the benches that kind of wraps around the tree because it was really hot. We were tired, and this very well endowed
Gentleman
gentleman
in a white stocking
black,
pants.
white tights. White tights. I need you guys to envision this, okay?
No,
No,
I don't need to
we don't
envision
need
this.
to
No.
envision it.
Eye
No.
level, and the man was smuggling sausages.
I was like, Snake! Snake! This man is smuggling sausages.
Why does
And
it have
Anna's
to be
like,
snakes?
Anna
No,
is like,
Anna was like, oh my.
yeah, Anna was giggly. He was like, ooh. And she's like, and he made sure that when he passed them, he turned towards them to scoot around. And he had a woman
His wife
standing
was
next
with
to
him
him.
too. His wife
I
was
was
with
like,
him. Big old smile on her face.
on her face.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
no.
fine. I'm going home
And
with
and
that. Yeah.
and Anna's all like, "Oh my God, yes, thanks, wifey, I love you."
That reminds me of that scene in Spinal Tap when he went through the X-ray and whipped out the cucumber that was in the aluminum foil.
Yeah.
Is anybody waiting for the Sephiroth mod for the next Final Fantasy with that statue that came out?
Oh my God! As long as we get the Tifa statue, I'm okay. You know.
Oh, with the Jacko pose.
Was it Masamune? Yeah, he can. Yeah, stab me with that anytime.
Okay.
Oh,
Father in
jeez.
the room.
That little podcast after hours, folks.
Why you don't bring your sister on this podcast?
You're all good. You're all good. It's all right.
Everyone who's had kids is a degenerate to some degree or another,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
We really are.
We all know what a quiche is.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God. So
It's a joke.
I know that
No, quiche isn't a joke. It's a baked good, right?
it's a baked good,
Yeah,
man.
but when you're at a restaurant and you don't read very quickly, and you go, "What would you like, hon?" And I go, "The quickie." Oh shit, that says quiche. And I'm at a dinner with women from my work. It's a table of about 6 ladies, and they die. They are laughing, and it didn't help. They had already been drinking wine before I got there because it was my birthday. And it was a company party. But Stu, my boss, made us late because he wanted to make sure everybody got there first. And when we got there, they've all been teetotaling for like 35, 40 minutes. And when I said that, and then Diana, my guardian angel, I'm like trying to explain my way out of that mistake, kicks me under the table as hard as humanly possible. And I'm like, "Hey, what did you kick me for?" And she kicks me because I said, "Why did you kick me?" She's like, "Shut up. Just shut up. Quit kicking me. Stop. Damn it."
Oh no!
Oh, hey Jeff, what's up, buddy? No, I don't know if we want to talk about that. That's
Switch places with me.
the waffle, huh? Yeah, no, we're not gonna talk. Yeah, we're gonna leave that one alone.
Oh my God.
Which Jeff is that?
It's Jeff.
It's
Jeff.
Jeff.
Yeah, that's my best
Don't
friend.
tell him that. Don't make us bring up peepees.
Hey, Josh has got to be here for that wiener talk.
Oh my God.
We're just gonna burn all my friends down and everything, my family. It's just whatever.
Oh my gosh.
So
It's just when you're in a hurry, sometimes you go to say something, and what you say does not come out exactly
the
what
way
you
you're
were
supposed to.
thinking.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Is that a faux pas?
Yeah, it's a Freudian slip.
All right. So one of the things I did want to bring up this podcast, of course, this is right around the time last year that my dad was in the hospital. Our dad, me and my sister, and we almost lost him. He was in and out of consciousness for about 11 minutes. That they struggled to keep him alive.
He coded.
He coded multiple times.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to.
I got the paddles. I got 3 shots of epinephrine and 2 football players who were trying to do patty cake on my chest.
Yeah, and it's not the patty cake from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
No.
Oh my God.
It was like kneading dough, man. My chest hurt so bad after I was brought, because they said I coded twice or 3 times, and the last one was the worst. and they didn't think they were gonna get my heart restarted. And I remember waking up. There's a lot to it, but I remember when I was in my room, I was like, when they finally got to where I could think about what was going on, I was like, God, my chest hurts. And I was like, trying to figure out what exactly had happened. Nobody had told me yet. I just knew that for a little bit, my heart had stopped. I didn't realize how severe it was until Vince is in the room with me, and that big old lumberjack dude comes in. He sees, and he goes, "Hey!" And he comes in. He goes, "Hey, man, I just want to check on you. I don't know if you remembered me." And I was like, "Man, I don't. I'm sorry." He goes, "Yeah, me and my buddy, we're the ones who saved your life, and you made us work for it." And I apologized. I was like, "I'm sorry."
I'm sorry for you breaking my ribs. Yeah.
So we knew Dad was going to be okay when my husband said, "I know what's going to work. I know what's going to get your dad up and out of that hospital. I've got a cure-all." He's like, "I'll bring a Blu-ray player up there. We'll hook it up to the TV, and we'll put Ricky-O on. A constant loop." This, can you see it, was my dad's response 24 hours after coming out of dying.
So if Andrew was
I couldn't
here,
talk. I had tubes everywhere, but that finger worked.
that was the thing that jump-started his brain, jump-started everything. It was like, had the only thing that would have made it even better is if Andrew showed up with his copy of the movie.
Oh, God.
Oh, man, I swear to God, if he just showed up and whispered in my ear, "Ricky, I was the bomb, Mr. Shooter," I'd probably killed him. We'd have gone out a window together. Equipment and everything. I'd made sure I landed on him. We'd have looked like two mannequins following.
No, the opposite direction, though, from the way you went out the window, because that's gotta happen, or it's not a Ricky-O fall.
So for those who don't know, the movie that we're talking about is The Story of Ricky, Ricky-O. It is a really bad Chinese...
Hey, you take that back.
I mean, hey, I enjoyed watching it.
It was a movie that was created to torture people to get information from them.
No, it is a masterpiece of cinema.
No. When the world comes to an end, David, you're the second one on the list.
Yeah, he's gonna do what he did to that one dude in the kitchen. He's gonna throw his arm into your chest and just pull it right out your stomach. No.
Okay, in King Kong, the remake from '76, she asked, "Have you ever met anybody whose life was saved because of Deep Throat?"
Whoa.
I can honestly say, have you known anybody whose life was saved because of Ricky-O?
You.
Yeah, you, Dad.
You, Dad.
No, that's what I mean. That's what she was saying. She didn't want to watch the movie, so she went out on top of the boat, and the boat exploded, threw her in the water, and that's how she survived. Ricky-O brought me back from the dead.
Yeah, it was just like, the girl running off the top of that roof and it turning into a doll and just...
That is how perfect that movie
Condor Man in the Castle.
Lawnmower Man in the Castle.
It was Condor Man in
the Castle. Okay. So, yeah, it was a scary time. I know that the thought of losing my dad, because we had just lost our grandmother in June last year, and that was hard. And then having Dad and I was just like, come on.
Yeah.
But
death is overrated, but everybody should try it at least once.
Dad tried to escape, and Odin was like, "No, sir, drag your ass back. You're not going to Valhalla yet."
You know what's funny is people have asked me, I was out for longer than the 5 minutes it takes for the brain to start suffering brain damage, which is all you guys need to know about me. Yes, I'm brain damaged. I said it before y'all could. But they asked me, what did you see? What did you hear? What was it like? And all I can say is, like, remember the story I wrote about the War in Heaven, David, where the main character's family died, he commits suicide, goes to limbo, Lucifer comes and breaks him out, and they start a war. You read it when you were younger. When we lived in an apartment, I let you read it, and you had said something, and I kept it, because I wrote it on 3 pieces of paper. That part where the character in the story is sitting in darkness, but can hear the world around him, but he can't communicate or anything with anybody. That's what it felt like for me. I didn't see a tunnel of light. I didn't have anybody there waiting for me saying, come on in. I didn't see fiery tentacles coming up from a red hole. But I did feel like that it wasn't ready. It wasn't time. And that I kept hearing some people calling me back, people, a pull, a tug. And I just remember coming back, and it was all like this, and it's all back. And I remember you, Amber, being next to me, holding my hand. And didn't you play music?
Yeah, both me and Vince did. Vince got to go in there first.
Mm-hmm.
This was right after they got you in the ICU. Me and him ran up there when we found out about it. Vince went in there first, and he played a song on his phone. And then he said that you responded a little bit to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then after he was done, he came out, and then I got to go in. Because of COVID, they wouldn't let both of us in at the same time. So I went in there, and I played a Beatles song, I Want to Hold Your Hand. And I started singing it, and I started crying because I was holding your hand at the same time. And I think at some point you consciously knew I was there, because you grabbed my hand real tight. Like you were reassuring me, like, I'm not done fighting yet. I'm still here. And then I remember right before they pulled the tubes out, I would go up there and I'd play music for you, because I know music for you is a very healing thing. Music and being in a bath of water or a body of water for you is very healing. My dad's very much Big Fish. If you've ever watched that movie, the father in that's old man, that's my dad. Pigtails, stories of all kinds of grandeurs and being in water. But I remember playing all kinds of stuff. Like I played like Beatles, Paul McCartney, and you couldn't talk because you still had the tube in your mouth. And this was right before they pulled it out. And then I played like Don Henley. We played, I never remember his name. He did the song for Wally, and I feel like an idiot for not remembering. Peter Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel, yeah.
And you just kept like saying like, yes. I'd ask you, do you want to listen to this? And you're like, yeah. You would just kind of nod. And the nurses would come in, and I would be singing to you, and they're like, that's awesome that you're doing that. And I was like, my dad loves music. And I hope that was some way for me and Vince to kind of pull you back through is, hey.
I remember music. I don't remember what it was, but I remember music. And that's always surprised me when you told me what had happened, because it was an anchor. And
no crying.
I'm not going to cry. I'm just thinking about, both men who I called dad, when they used to say, heaven doesn't want us and hell ain't ready for us. And I understood that. And I felt that way too. It's like heaven was kicking me down, and Lucifer was like, get him the hell out of here. I don't need any competition in here.
We will take over. Sorry.
It's not the first time. The last 3 years have been devastating for me and being in the hospital, and just having another heart attack.
Yeah.
Recently.
Need to
but
put
I'm not ready to go. I'm gonna keep fighting. I want, some people are like, when I'm ready to go, I'm gonna fight for every friggin' second I get.
Some words to
Because
live by.
I look at y'all, and y'all are the people I fight for. Y'all are the people I want to see and talk to. I love people.
And a lot of people in that chat right now have grown up with us and know us, and Dad's a second dad to them. And me and my brother try to be the same way. David, I know you're just like that too. Your house is kind of the home for wayward children. Come home and you're like, who's this? Kids are like, oh, this is my friend so and so, and you're like, all right, cool. And then you're just like, now you expect to see them in the house all the time. And
don't touch the board games.
Don't touch my models.
Don't touch my stuff. You can look. Don't touch my stuff.
Why is there a game disc just out on the table? What is this?
Why? Yeah.
All of
Yeah.
But to kind of get off of this downer for a moment, only I would say living is a downer. It's like waking up everyone going, damn it, I'm still here. But at the cons we were talking about, there was a boy who came up and he had a Green Lantern shirt on. And I was like, oh, you love Green Lantern? And he was like, oh man, I love him. I said, so is Hal, Guy, which one is your favorite? And I named them all off. And he looked at me with this blank look like, what are you talking about? All he knew of Green Lantern was the image of Hal. Didn't know anything. But because everybody around him said that was cool, that's what he liked. And I was like, man, there's so much more. So I started telling him about stuff. And Mark got so mad at me. That boy doesn't care about that stuff. Why are you telling that? You don't talk to these people unless they want to talk to you. And I'm like, man, you're missing the point. I love the cons because I love talking to people. Yes, one of the things I came back with was an attitude of, my filters aren't there much anymore. Time's too short, so I'm not going to waste time, beating around the bush. I'm going to tell you how I feel. If you can't tell people things that might hurt their feelings, you can't be honest. So the one thing I did at cons was to me it was an experience, talking to people, finding out what they like, even if it wasn't something here. What are you looking for? Oh, you know what, if you go down here, down the aisle, go about 4 tables, there's somebody that's selling stuff that you're looking for. Really? Yeah, go ahead. And then they go get it, and then the mom come back, man, thank you very much. And then she'd go, what do you got? I want to buy something.
Oh.
Because you did something good for me. That's what's important to me. And that is what was important about the cons, because it was a family. And now it's kind of broken up. It's like a dysfunctional family.
We're the gatekeepers of our hobbies, and we can pass that on to the next generation. We just need not to be afraid to talk to people, and show that passion for these things. There's a lot of times I talk about stuff, people don't even know what it is. I'm like, oh, here you go, just like you, Dad, I get it from you. And if you like something, invest the time into liking it.
Be unapologetically you.
Yep.
Yes.
I say that to anybody.
I mean, it's like what I went back to earlier, right? It's what it feels like is missing from a lot of these shows, a lot of the entertainment, and it's what generates a lot of enthusiasm for people and things going on, is that genuineness, right? That's what people crave. That's what they want, because the thing coming off the conveyor belt is nice every now and then, but after a while you realize that it's the same stale thing over and over again, and you want that flair of someone being real for a minute and not just sitting there with all the filters on them, and actually giving a real honest opinion, even if it's against the popular opinion, even if it is with the popular opinion, right? If they're saying it with fervor, if they're saying it with guts, if they're giving their emotion to it, and you can see that come across, that's what people like to see. That's what draws people in.
Di, you want to add a message to that one?
Oh no, I agree 100%. Like, I just went to Evo, and I felt like, that connection, because I stay in line. We just started talking to a random few people, and so we were hanging out the first 6 hours. Eventually we did lose each other, in the hustle bustle, but that the whole point of going to conventions, gaming conventions, anime, comic book conventions, you could actually converse with people who have the same interest in you, and
Yeah.
it's always great, to meet new people that you would have never met otherwise,
Mm-hmm.
And it's great because it's people of all ages.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about it that attracts everybody. And, when I was reading comics, when Colin was reading comics, we were picked on, we were bullied. It wasn't popular,
Mm-hmm.
but it was something we enjoyed. It was our escapism, and we've watched that grow and change. We watched video game, my dad used to say it's all distraction. I agree, and up to a point, but we need our distractions.
Right.
And like the video games that we had were totally different than what you had, whether he exists now. The games, role playing, everything we did, it changes as time changes. I want to say the trappings change, but at its core, it's always the same, and it's about people. And if we ever lose that, that's when we'll see all this go away. But when I see a father walk into a store or into a con or into a movie and they're introducing them to something that their dad took them to see, introducing them to something they enjoyed, that's everything. Now, I never forced what I liked onto my kids because I knew they were individuals, but I introduced them to things. And the same thing they're doing that for their children. And I know one day I'm going to see it. If I'm here or if I'm watching from somewhere else, I'm going to see it because I already see it in the sense of humor of my granddaughter, the things Edward, my grandson, loves, and Logan. He's gone. I've already corrupted another generation, and they ain't coming back from that one.
Some of that was already, I think, genetic because
It feels like it is genetic.
Logan. So, I don't know if I talked about this on your podcast before, but Logan and Godzilla. So when Logan was a baby, I mean, like, not even a year old, we had the little swing, to like calm him down and whatnot. And he was colicky. He was always a sick little kid, and was just screaming. And then me and his dad were trying to just flip through channels to see what might catch his attention, right? And just flip, wah, and then flip, and it's Godzilla roaring, like it's that iconic scene in one of the movies. I don't remember which one it was. And Logan just stopped and was staring at the screen. And Josh is like, no. And then he flips the channel, and then Logan's like, ah! And he's like, no child of mine is going to like Godzilla. And he flipped it back, and Logan instantly stopped screaming. I said, I don't think you have a choice. And that boy has been a Godzilla fan ever since. So yeah, some of it is very much
it's genetic. and look at Alice, the movie she loves, or everything I loved as a kid. And what is it, the Day of the Triffids? Day of the Triffids, yeah.
She loves that. She loves that. She loves the old school War of the Worlds, black and white, like the old monster movies, like the Wolfman and just all those
Frankenstein, Dracula, Creature of the Black Lagoon, the Wolfman. She loves everything.
Oh yeah, old soul, yeah.
And it's funny. My first experience with comics were from a family. I don't remember if he was an uncle or a cousin, but we were visiting over at their house, and we had to stay there for a couple of days. And I saw some comics. I picked them up and I was reading them, and they were like Weird War and all these older. It wasn't Weird War. It was a lot of Gold Key. So it was Lost in Space with the Family Robinson, Robot Fighter. There was a war one, but I don't remember what it was. And then he had a couple of horror comics. Man, and I gravitated to the horror comics. And then he had like Spooky, Casper, Wendy the Witch, Richie Rich. And I just read, and I'd finish him like, got any more? And he'd go, hold on. He'd go in the other room, come back. Here's another stack. Try to make it last. Okay, 5 minutes later. Got any more? And when we left to go home, he had a box for me, a care package, and it was full of comic books. And the look on my dad's face was like, I'm gonna burn that stuff, because he hated it. He hated it, and my mom encouraged it. So, I would work. Back then, you could go to a grocery store. Hey, lady, can I carry your groceries for you for 25 cents? Made enough money to go to the newsstand or go to what we used to call them convenience stores, get a comic off the shelf. They were 20 cents, 25 cents when I was starting to buy them. I remember I have a habit of almost dying. It's kind of my thing.
No.
I had my appendix ruptured, and it was my birthday, and I didn't tell anybody. Happened the day before. Next day I woke up, I was like, we gotta go to the washateria and before everybody gets ready, we gotta go pick for your cake, boo boo. And I'm like, we're at the washateria, and I was like, my stomach hurts. She goes, you're probably nervous. Here, take this Sprite and take a drink of it. It'll help settle your... Decorated the wall in the washateria. She was like, marches me out to the car. She goes, lay down in the car. When I finish groceries, we'll go home. If you got to throw up, make sure you throw up out of the car. Got home. She walked me into the bedroom. I couldn't walk. And then, so I say I had to be rushed to the hospital. And I was within hours of dying. And I had to spend over a month in the hospital. And during that time, everybody who came to visit me walked in with a stack of comics. So they had to bring me boxes to store the comics that I was getting. And some of them would be the kiddie stuff, the Joker, Archie. And then the people who really knew me, they'd bring me the horror stuff or, things like that. And then while I was in the hospital, the bed next to me was always empty. They were rotating kids in and out. And so I would, walk over to where they were, pop it on the little table by the thing, go, what are you into? And we'd sit and read comics and talk about it. And I remember there was one poor kid who was in there because he wrecked his mini bike and he shattered his leg bone so completely. It was like broken all the way down into the foot, and they had him on that what do you call it? It's a machine that they bolt your foot into, and it constantly turning it. And so I would hear him scream in the night, and I tried to talk to him, tell him it's gonna be okay. And finally they moved him to a private room, and he was like, they're telling me that I might have to come back and have multiple surgeries. He looks at me and goes, man, I hope you're still here when I come back. And I was like, get out of my room.
Yeah. I don't want to stay in here.
No, I want to go home. At night, the closest I got to getting home was one night the nurse came in and gave me my normal shot. The minute she left, I got up, pulled my IV out, walked over to the door, watched her walk down the hall, and I beelined for the stairs. And I was running down the stairs because I was going to go home. I knew where I lived in San Antonio. I knew which bus I needed to take. I didn't care if my ass was showing at the back of my gown. And I bust out of the door and I start to run towards the exit. And these big guys just all of a sudden surround me. Where are you going, little man? And I literally was like, okay, I'll take this one out first, and then I'll slide. And I was mapping it, and all of a sudden they picked me up, and I was like being carried up in the air, and I was like, hey, stop it, wait a minute, I'll kick your butt, and all this stuff, and they laughed at me, carried me back up to my room, and strapped me to the bed for almost 2 days. And they kept coming in, you're gonna try to escape?
Yes.
No, I was like, no, how come we don't believe you? I promise I won't escape. It took 2 days of my mother to come up and go, they've called me every day, sometimes multiple times. If you try to escape from this hospital again, I will kill you, have them bring you back, and kill you again. And my mom was like this fiery redhead, 4'8" demon from hell, and I was more scared of her than anything else in the world. And so I was a good boy from that point on. And then she started bringing me comics. So I'm the end of my story there.
Thanks for bringing up the foot injury, Dad.
I am so sorry that you're clumsy.
So my sister rolled her foot and broke her ankle. I'll let her tell stuff, but she's going to get nothing but good luck charms from me for the rest of her life.
From now on,
Matt.
send rabbit foot.
I need to.
Watching
She needs.
this, send rabbit's foot.
Beauty.
She needs plus.
I have a bunny.
Plus Constitution. She needs plus luck. Plus agility, dexterity. I mean, she just needs an all.
20s.
Yeah, she needs all. Yeah, she needs nat 20s all the way around. Everything that she does, she needs to take out a 20-sided die and roll it.
If only it worked that well.
Hey, Alex. What's up, brother? Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, the second girl in my life.
Hi, old man.
How you doing?
Yeah. Hi, beautiful.
Hi.
Wow, where's Josh? We need to get Josh in here, and then we'll have a full house.
Well, Jeff's here too. I get Alex on, maybe. We just have
There you go.
walk. Alex, let me know if you want me to send you a link. I'll have you jump in for a little bit.
Let's have a whole gang in here.
Yeah, it's like here's a view into my life.
Here's a story.
Oh yes, Jeff.
Yes, the original Zoom call.
Yeah. So, our friend Jeff brought up a really good point about me and my feet. So, my feet are like a magnet when it comes to sharp, pointy objects, and they like to go all the time. So, there was one time in particular that this is when we used to live in the 2-story house, and this is when Final Fantasy VII first came out. Like, my brother obsessed with that game.
Still, yeah.
And
Still am. What are you talking about?
And what happened? My daughter's awake. She's kind of fussy if you guys hear. So what happened is Dad had called us and said, hey, I want all these comic book boxes back up in the spare bedroom. So Dad, every so often, would bring out all of his comic book boxes. All of them. I want you guys to understand like the amount.
Yeah.
25 to 30, maybe 40 long boxes of comic books.
And he would have us re-bag and board them, right? Every so many years or whatever.
It was like every 4 to 5 years because the acetate would ruin the books.
Yeah, because the original backing boards were crap.
Yeah, crap.
Yeah. And it would cause the comics to yellow and warp and blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
So me and Jeff were like, all right, cool, we got this. So he grabs I think 2 of the smaller boxes, and then I've got one of the long ones. So I really can't see what the frick is in front of me, right? And all I notice is that I kick what was a whiskey glass on the floor, because we used to use whatever glasses we could to drink milk and whatever out of.
Yeah.
Why it was on the floor? We're kids. Okay, so I kicked it and I was like, well shit, where did it go? Put my other foot down, crunch.
Found it,
and then I just grabbed the box and I fucking chunk it.
Yeah.
And then Jeff's like, oh my god, and he tries to put stuff down, and Vince is like, hold on, let me find the safe spot. And I'm fucking bleeding out profusely, and Jeff's like, Vince, get off the game. And I'm just like, that's a lot of blood. And Jeff's taking his belt off, and he's trying to make a tourniquet, trying to stop the bleeding. And then I don't know who calls you, but you run home and you're angry.
Yeah.
Quit
Yeah, it's not that you didn't hit an artery, right? It was already mad. There's blood everywhere. What happened here? Did you try to kill each other?
Oh yeah, because it was like watching the Hulks sometimes with you two.
Yes, it
Hulk
was.
and She-Hulk. Good Lord.
If you want to know what it was like in my house with me and my sister and how we would fight, just watch the She-Hulk first episode, and you'll understand.
Oh yeah.
You want to say hi to everybody?
Bye.
This is my daughter Alice. We were talking about earlier. Alice,
Hey, Alice.
I'm my honey.
Hi.
Hey, sweetie.
So-
Love you. No, what really used to make me mad is when you'd cut yourself, it was always in slow motion. It was like you'd watch it pierce and go slow, and then you're going, oh,
It went
God,
in?
stop.
Oh, wait, that went really easy with no pain.
Oh, the Princess Life, remember?
It was an adventure in our house with these two growing up.
Oh, jeez.
Every broken beer bottle, my foot found it. Every tack, every Lego Christmas lights. There was one year that we were living in an apartment, and Jason lived with us, and I was messing with him, trying to get him, like, you couldn't get in the door, like, oh, I'm gonna block you. And Dad was putting up Christmas lights. There was a strand of, like, the small, normal Christmas
I remember
lights.
this. Oh, jeez.
He kind of bumped me, and I stepped back onto the Christmas lights. And I'm like, ow, that kind of hurts. And I lift up my foot, and up comes the Christmas lights with my foot. The exact one I broke, by the way. And I'm like, ow, okay, ow. And then I sit on the floor, and I take the light out of my foot, and the light is still intact. It didn't break. So I just have, like, this puncture hole into my foot. And I remember my arches are really flat, so I've just got what they call, like, ground zero arches. So the arch fell over the hole, and it never bled, ever. So Dad helped
kind of pinched it off,
and then it got infected. So I had to, like, the doctor, like, and I was like, ugh, it feels great. So my feet have been an ongoing joke in this family for years.
David, look what you got to look forward to as your kids get older.
Oh yeah, my kids are a blast. Well, the funny thing about sharing stuff with kids, right? So, my daughter loves all of these little, princess movies, and I've long been tired of the princess formula. Like, I'm like, look, baby girl, I will watch, like, Beauty and the Beast and Mulan with you because they're the only two princesses that, like, actually have agency and do stuff, and I'm actually pro them because they're not just sitting around going, oh, my daddy's unfair and my life is so unfair and I'm a princess. So, most recently she tried to show me Turning Red, which is literally just it's girls going into puberty, the movie. And the whole time I'm sitting there watching it going, I can't do this movie. And I watched the whole thing with her, but then just a few weeks ago, we're sitting around, we're talking about different stuff, and she starts talking about how she's watching some movie called Sea Beast on Netflix, and I'm like, oh,
it was an awesome movie.
I was like, what is that about? And she explains it to me, and I'm like, wait, you made me sit down and watch Turning Red with you, knowing that I'm probably not gonna like it, and you went and watched a movie that is basically How to Train Your Dragon and Moby Dick mashed together with giant kaiju battles and pirate ship fights and all this.
And Carl Urban.
That's the movie you didn't want me to watch with you? So we finally sat down and watched all the way through it, and I was like, baby girl, that was great. I kind of felt the ending where they tried to tack everything on to the royalty was a little weird, but everything else about it was fantastic, and I loved it. And I'm like, where is the dissonance in our you think I'm gonna go watch, Turning Red, but I don't want to go watch Sea Beast. We need to get this sorted out somewhere and get this on the right page so that we understand which one we're watching. So of course, to get her back, I just started playing for her The Thing, the musical, because she hates that movie. Because
hey, Coon, I just saw you jump back in. Sorry.
That's fine. Ever since I showed it to her when she was like 4 years old, and she cried because the dog died, or it turned into The Thing, and she'll never forgive that movie for that. So,
Are we talking about the thing?
Mac wants the flamethrower. What? Mac wants the flamethrower. Come on, yes. We're talking about the thing.
I've told that story before, but again, that was so far, that has been my absolute favorite reaction for my daughter, where I thought I just broke her emotionally and, like, terrified her because now it's the scary monster. No. She just wanted it to turn back into the dog. And I had to break her little heart and explain, no, sweetie, it never turns back into the dog again. But I want it to. Well, it's not going to, but it's a good movie. We can watch.
Well, technically, you could have told her. You could have told her that if it would have finished what it was doing, there would have been multiple dogs.
Yeah. No, she didn't know. Again, it doesn't matter because the dog was no longer a dog anymore, and she just.
No, it was a tentacle crab monster with the.
Yes. So
Alice,
she just.
The anime with the little girl. I was like, no, baby. We're not talking about Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh no!
We're so tragic.
No.
Don't hurt Daddy.
Oh man,
Forgot about that.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna hobble away for just a second because I need to show you guys something. Hold on.
Oh,
Red Rom. No,
does you mean Bing Bong?
Bing Bong.
Oh my goodness.
So
They
Alex left.
they're-
He had to go.
Oh,
And then
I was gonna ask did he want to say something or?
oh no, he just came to say hi. He was just remember. He was. I asked him if he wanted to come in, but he said he's exhausted from today.
Take a look at the chat. My son's only watched Sea Beast like 30 times.
That's Chris.
Okay, I'm back.
I haven't seen it yet, so
It honestly was an enjoyable little kids movie. Again, the end and them having to pin the villain on who they did felt a little forced, but all the rest of it was a lot of fun. It was a really, really good movie. I enjoyed it.
So my husband really, really, really likes ugly sweaters. Okay.
Ah, poor Brock.
Oh goodness.
Oh no.
Yep.
Ah.
what is that? What is that?
What?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Edward.
I got it for him for Christmas.
Now I want to see him wear it.
It looks like a bad hockey game.
Don't hurt Daddy, Edward. Jeez.
So, Full Metal Alchemist comes out tomorrow. The live action sequel.
The live action sequel.
It's the second one to the first one, so I'm looking forward to it. I happen to like the first one. I thought it was okay.
No. Oh, favorite anime movie. Okay, so J Chip asked favorite anime movie for each member of the podcast right now.
All right, you should first.
Yeah.
J Chip. Who's J Chip? Is it somebody that I know, or is it a friend?
No,
of
he's
yours?
he's one of my friends. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a website you can go to that has like anime, video game, comic book type ugly sweaters. That one just happened to be one that was so taboo, and I was like, I'm gonna get this for him. So yeah, if I can figure out the website, I'll tell my brother, and then maybe he can link it somewhere.
Yeah, I can do that.
But go
Alright.
ahead.
So, favorite anime movie?
Yeah.
Right.
Hmm.
So I would say that the one that I watch the most, I'm kind of torn between two, but the one that I most regularly watch is probably Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust.
Yeah, the second one. Yeah.
Yes, that's the second one. Just the action in that, the characters, that's what made me fall in love with Vampire Hunter D.
Yeah.
Just it made me want to go read the books. It was such a cool concept for a world of having all of this old with all of this new, the magic to it, the way that the vampires work, just everything about it was such a cool movie that I definitely revisit that one probably the most of any of the anime movies I have.
All right. Mine's going to be Akira with the original English
dub.
dub.
Original English dub. Yeah.
Original English dub. Not this new garbage. The original one. It was perfect. Why they felt that they had to change it, I don't know. Somebody needed to go to their room. But that's my
I'm gonna wipe this guy all over the street.
cornering, man.
All right. Who's next?
Come on, step up.
I can, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's really hard for me because I really love anime. Especially Studio Ghibli. I know a lot of people call it Ghibli. We've always pronounced it Ghibli. My first one was Kiki's Delivery Service. That was my first one that I really fell in love with. I love, obviously, witchy stuff, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, she's actually the reason I wanted to become a baker first. And I did do baking things for over 20 years until recently. And then I watched Howl's Moving Castle, and that one is probably by far my absolute favorite. Just, you know, his movies in general have such a really deep meaning to them but there's a little bit of something for everybody. Like kids can enjoy it for a whole different reason than why adults enjoy it. So yes, like my daughter, she loves Totoro. That's one of her favorites. And Edward.
That was
Edward's
my first one.
Yeah, Edward's room. My nephew, my brother's son, they wanted it a whole like My Neighbor Totoro themed and everything. So
It was for a short period of time.
It was.
it used to be. Oh, she loves Nausicaa now. That's her favorite now.
It's a great one.
That's a good one too.
Well, since she said it, 2 movies that started me off with anime. 3 actually, but Colin already picked one of them, so I picked the one. Were completely opposites of each other. One was Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind, but when I saw it, it wasn't called that. It was an American knockoff, and it had a different dub, and the story was very similar. But I just always loved that original release. I think it was Star Warriors or something like that. I can't remember. And somebody from an anime club handed it to me and said, "Man, you're gonna love this." And I was like, "Oh yeah, okay." And the next one I didn't even see in English for a long time, but I fell in love with it. And that was Project Echo.
Oh.
And I saw that and was like, man, it was like funny. It had Easter eggs through it. It had serious parts of it. And I didn't know what the hell was being said because there was no subtitle. So I created the story in my head for it. And when I finally got to see it in English, I was wrong. But I love that. And I love the sequel, the 3 sequels to it. But those 2 are the 2 that really kicked me off on my anime journey.
Di, you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go. I think if I had to choose right now, I'll probably go with Summer Wars 2011 movie that came out. But if not, Spirited Away probably would be one of my favorites. I think that was one of my earlier. Well, I saw Kiki's before, but Spirited Away was pretty good. But I'll have to go with Summer Wars, just on the spur of the moment. I'm not sure if any of you guys seen it, but it's quite interesting, and I thought even for 2011 the animation was really good and the story was pretty good. So I like that one. So,
Sweetheart, you want to do yours real quick?
I think I have 2 or 3. My favorite is, we're gonna go with Studio Ghibli or whatever we're gonna call it right now. Is Totoro. I love Totoro completely. I think if I had the whole house in it, I could probably get away with it, and he would be okay.
Yeah, I'd be fine.
The second one is what it was, that one. When Marnie was there. When I saw that, I fell in love
the
with
ghost
that.
story.
That was
yeah.
such a good story, and I loved every minute. And third would probably, and I do like, Studio Ghibli is one of my faves. It was probably A Whisper of the Heart. I could put that on and just let it be in the background and let it ride. Right now I'm all into Naruto because I guess I kind of forgot that I didn't get to complete the whole arc, and so I have 14 days on Crunchyroll for a free trial to run through all the Shippuden and see if I can watch it all. I forgot, and I can't remember watching it, so we have 13 days now to
Naruto's good.
I thought I watched it, and then I was watching it over with Edward, and nope, I don't remember any of it. So I've gotten to the first 9 series so far, and I just hit the first season of Shippuden. So.
Oh, so like the first arc still?
Yeah, where they're going
Well, I
after.
just finished the first arc, the first 9 series of the first Naruto. Now I'm into the when they're older.
Well, and originally we got to watch it on it was Cartoon Network early on, when Cartoon Network showed a lot of the and the thing was, we didn't get all the episodes released originally. It wasn't until later that we got a good run of them, and still some of them were considered inappropriate here in Western states,
So
Western countries.
Yeah.
I know I have not given mine, considering the fact that like 3 of mine have been told by David, Colin, and my dad. But
You're Full Metal Alchemist. Wait.
That's the series. We gotta talk about movies.
Vampire
We're talking about
Day.
movies. That's why I didn't.
so
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Mine-
with. If you know me, this is pretty simple. It actually kind of goes in line with Akira a little bit, and that is Ghost in the Shell. I love cyberpunk crime dramas a lot, and that one there was just the animation, and it just took me off into the world of cyberpunk like Blade Runner did for films. But another one I'll recommend, and this is for my buddy Edward, is the Wings of Oniamis. That was a really good one as well. That one's about the test pilot that ends up wanting to become the first astronaut in space.
Astronaut in space, yeah.
So
Well,
let's-
and then honorable mention, Empty Geist, which
let's
I
move
didn't
on.
know the name of it, so I called it Breast and Boobs when I labeled my
Well,
copy
Technically, the one you're talking about is really Megazone 2-3.
It was all 3 of them were on there,
Yeah, I know.
and I was like, what do I label this? I don't know what to call these. I just got the pen and said Breast and Bikes, and for a long time it was sitting on the shelf with that label, and people would go, What
is
you
this?
watching porn? No, man, it's anime.
Jiggly
What
scale.
kind of anime you watching?
So some other honorable mentions would be obviously Fist of the North Star.
Yeah, Jeff said
Yeah,
Fist of the North
Kim
Star.
too, yeah.
Watched it, several times. And then also one that I probably shouldn't have watched at the age that it was introduced to me at.
I'm gonna go. No. I'm sorry, trying to stop you from saying something that's gonna embarrass me. Go ahead, put the bullet in me.
Ninja Scroll.
Oh God. Gemma, burn
Okay,
hell.
so
It was a great show. It was a great movie. Don't get me wrong, but there's some things.
Little rapey. Little rapey.
that's a little, yeah, it's a little rapey. Jesus.
The thing was like, go get me a drink. Go get me a glass of milk. And I know it was coming. Go out of the room for a second. And there she was, hiding behind something, going.
It's like we were trained to be like Solid Snake. We would sneak in, dun, 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 and yeah, hide behind the box. No,
Even like when I'd be watching something in my room, and like, oh man, I get to watch an anime or something that they can't watch with me. She'll walk in. What are you doing? What? Oh shit!
What kind of pinnacle hentai shit are you watching, Dad?
And I was like, man, I cannot get away from y'all.
I'm kind of surprised that we went through everybody and there was a bunch of Ghibli, but no love for Mononoke.
I love
actually,
Princess
Funny in the
Mononoke,
chat
but
was.
yeah.
We had
um,
to say Princess Mononoke, which was a great one too. I mean,
but again, we
Actually,
saw
it's
that
the
originally
tastier.
as an import, which somebody had. It was a different dub. That was
Yeah.
before when we saw it, Disney had purchased all of the
Yeah.
release rights to the stuff here.
Yeah.
See, that was the first Ghibli movie that I ever saw. Was Mononoke. A buddy of mine at the movie theater introduced me to it, and that was the first one I got into. But I lean more towards the adventure side anyway, so I guess that's why I lean a little bit more heavily on that one. And I guess Castle in the Sky also.
Yeah, look-
is
Oh,
Oh,
Laputa,
yeah.
man, that I have models, and I used to have some of the portfolio artwork that I had up on my wall, was because I just loved the design of the robots with the like centipedal looking arms and everything. And what was funny, the character who voiced the old pirate, the female pirate, was totally different than what Cloris Leachman was when she did the Disney version of it. And it was really striking to me to hear that voice. There were times that you're so used to hearing a certain voice, and then you hear somebody else. Like Patrick Stewart as what is Lord Yappa?
Lord Yappa from Nausicaa.
Yeah.
Was kind of striking a little bit for me because the guy who did him originally had a little bit of sharper voice to him, and Patrick Stewart is that deep kind of voice. And I think that's why there's a preference, like for me and you,
Thanks, Dizzy.
The Akira
Yes.
original. I'm used to those voices, and when I hear the new dub, I'm like, man, it just doesn't seem right. It doesn't feel right.
I mean, I love Johnny Young Bosch, but man, it's nothing against. It doesn't hold a candle to
No.
original dub.
People are scooping up the originals and hoarding them. That's what
No.
makes me sad.
So
and then we've got all the remake stuff. You know, we have the new
the new Trigun. We talked about those.
new Trigun coming, and I'm like, God, man, please don't mess this up. What other anime that's coming that are getting reboots?
Well, Bleach is getting a continuation. But
Bleach is
Trigun.
getting a continuation, yeah, to finish the story.
Mm-hmm. Well,
They're
Full
gonna
Metal
skip a
Alchemist
lot
got
of
two.
filler.
Full Metal Alchemist got two remakes. I mean, it got the original, which was kind of, they didn't finish the story. Well, the manga wasn't finished at the time when they were finishing the anime, so they kind of like just came up with
Went
their own
off
thing.
on their own thing.
And then when they did Brotherhood, they kind of like the first couple episodes were just kind of new, so because they didn't want to have to retell it, and then after that, it was completely close to the book all the way through. The Guyver was another one. We got the
Guyver needs to be redone.
It needs to be finished. Unfortunately, the writer stopped doing the manga, and it ended like at a really good point where you were going to get to see. So there was a new entity that showed up.
New entity, yeah.
That was that had rescued Tetsuro and Mizuki, and was about to reveal a bunch of stuff about the creators and everything. And there's a possibility of him being a creator and going against what's his name? Can't remember his name right now. The main dude, the Zolord, the first.
Zolord,
yeah,
the guy who was blonde haired in the manga.
He has the elf ear. He has the elf ears and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. Bastard got a remake. I still haven't watched it yet. Which
I don't think it's
on. I thought because like on, is it Netflix or is it on Hulu?
It's on Netflix.
There's like multiple bastards on there, and I think there's even a.
I'm sure there is a lot of bastards on there.
And I think there's a movie actually too on there because I was just looking at stuff to add to my queue.
Kronos. No, well, Kronos is the company, Jeff. It was. I'll have to look it up. Cause
it hasn't. Wait, release date second half. Oh, second half. I didn't even realize the first half was out yet.
Arkenfeld. That's what it was. It was Arkenfeld, who was the main villain at the end of Guyver before he stopped finishing the story.
I heard Gungrave's getting a reboot, which I don't want.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the new game.
Yeah, the game's gonna be good.
That came out when I think I watched part of that on what was it, something Swim or whatever, when they had the late
Adult
night
Swim.
Adult Swim, and I was like, it was so sporadic, and a lot of times I'd turn it on and I'd be watching the same episodes I just watched a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So I just kind of quit. I got bored with trying to watch it. It's like I was doing that with My Hero Academia, which has got to be one of my all-time favorite series now. But I would get to a point where I was, okay, now I'm into new episodes, and all of a sudden I'm back watching older episodes again.
Yes.
Logan finally came and visited me for a week and made me sit down and watch all 5 seasons. And he goes, now you're ready for when the next season comes. And I was like, it better come, because I loved it.
Yeah, my Hero, I started watching that 2016, season 1. Somebody I was trying to date at the time introduced me to it, and I was like, all right, I'll try it out. I wasn't sure because the anime was off for me, and then I started watching it, and I was like, this thing has so much heart to it. I fucking love this anime. And then you know, I started really getting into it more and more, and then you know, I got Logan into it. I was like, Logan, I need you to watch this anime. And Logan was like, I don't know if I'm gonna like it. And I was like, just listen to your mother, watch it. And now we compete with each other to see who's caught up with it. And then he's got the mangas now.
Yeah, he reads the
them.
mangas. Yeah,
he's way ahead of the anime. And so, like right now, starting the War Saga. Was what should be the next animation portion, because it was the villain saga where you learn about the villains and their background story, and that's kind of where they ended it. And then in the manga, it's the War Saga that's about to happen, where she gets real.
About to.
and I don't think
So
It is getting real.
I don't think it had any filler either, did it?
No.
Logan was telling
No, I
me
don't
that
think
the
so.
cartoon is really faithful.
So Alice wanted me to show you this. This is one of her new school shirts. So remember how we talked about how she likes monsters?
That's
That's funny.
Oh.
it's like, come worship this crazy God. You could be crazy just like me. So no, the great news I heard today was the fact that season 3 of One Punch Man is finally going to be starting to be in development.
Yeah, they announced. I saw that yesterday.
So that means a year for us. I mean,
Yeah,
probably
about a
once
year.
it's released. Yeah.
Well, we may get it. We may get it in the fall. I mean, next year. Necro
I
Man.
love that.
She's got a whole bunch of them. Like, I'll have her find some of them, and while you guys are talking, I'll just throw them up on the screen so y'all can see. Go find me the Godzilla one when you run it.
Oh, meow.
But that and then.
Like, I liked Spriggan. I don't know if any of you guys watched that. It was really short. I'm hoping it gets another season. I watched another anime series not too long ago.
I believe so, J-Chip.
Yeah, I think so.
There's one. It's where humans turn into insects,
That's
and they took over the planet. Something fell from space. It turned in. So you have
Here you go.
these hunters who are exterminators.
You talking about the one where the roaches?
Parasite?
They're not so much. It's not Parasite. I've watched some of Parasite. No, they look like praying mantises or dragonflies, and the villain is a hybrid. He's still human, but he has that hunger for human flesh, because the minute they transform, they eat whatever's in front of them. And this one of the big hunters or exterminators, he sees a jeep being chased by him, and the dragonflies are attacking it. Goes off a cliff. He drops down, slides down. He's got a machete, and all he does, he kills them all, and he can't save the dad.
Bring the Powerpuff Girls; they'll take care
But
of this.
he brings in, he saves the daughter, and she's connected somehow, because whenever the insects are around, her eyes light up a certain way, and she acts funny. So there's a lot more than what was going on in the first 5 or 6 episodes. So
Hey,
I'm
Dad.
kind of looking forward to seeing where that goes.
What
Killer
the?
broccoli.
I told you my daughter loves killer broccoli.
And they let her wear that
Towns-
to school?
They will. Yeah, her school.
All she's got to do is tell him, look, I'm promoting healthy eating.
Yeah. Didn't you watch that episode of Powerpuff Girls when Townsville was being threatened by giant broccoli monsters?
Broccoli monsters, yeah.
on it? Which one's that one? That's the Cthulhu one still. She's got a couple other ones. Like she picked, I saw some of them. These are all from Sheen.
So we could probably, once she's done, we can kind of go ahead and wrap up.
Let me
Do
see
the
that one.
shout-out.
That's it.
Yeah, it's way too
This
big.
is kind of like, this was way too big for her. This is gonna be like a nighttime shirt. But this is very much like Tokyo, Kawaii, Cyber, Cafe, Godzilla head.
Oh, that's right.
Where was these shirts like when we were that age, right, Jeff? Where were these cool shirts, man?
Yeah.
You couldn't wear them. Your school would send you home, because remember when I bought you the cartoon alien shirt?
Oh yeah, I know.
And they called me to come from work because you were wearing a demon shirt, a devil worship shirt. And I get to the
I've
school,
talked about
"What
that
are you
story
talking
before."
about?" And she goes, "This shirt, we can't." They had him in a different shirt. And they told me to bring another shirt because he couldn't leave the school with that shirt. So I get there, I had to go home from all the way downtown Houston, drive to the house, pick up a shirt, go up to the school, and I'm like, "What did you wear? I don't remember." And they show me, and it's a cartoonized alien, and
with 3 heads.
And she's like,
"This is service.
It's a devil worship. It's a demon. We don't allow it in school." I said, "Do you watch a friggin'? Have you ever watched a movie?" And one of the ladies who was behind, remember the one that was behind the thing where she was typing, she just kind of lowered into the typewriter and was disappearing. I was like, "You got to be friggin' kidding me!" And then they did it to Ember too at
that's cute.
The Miller, man. I was like, I can't see. Wait a second.
Vince, once you've seen Perfection and Steel Magnolias, you never need to watch another movie.
Steel Magnolias wasn't bad. I went and saw that in theaters. So
yeah, but once you've seen it, there's nothing
just
else
like
you need to watch.
What was the other movie that was not Steel Magnolias but had Jack Nicholson in it, where he was the astronaut?
Or he was the astronaut?
He was a retired astronaut, falls in love with this other lady. It's about an older couple love story, and then it's accompanied with a younger love story where the daughter she ends up dying, and the woman doesn't like her husband, and he's played by the guy from Dumb and Dumber. Not
Terms of Endearment.
Is it Terms of Endearment? I think that's it.
I just googled Jack Nicholson astronaut, and that was the first thing that popped up.
Yeah, I saw both those in the theater. Yeah, so the things you do when you date.
Yeah, one of the first movies that Amber and I ever went on was for the Pride and Prejudice movie, and I think
with
I was
zombies,
the only.
The zombies.
No, not with the zombies, just the regular one, with Donald Sutherland in it, who is the best character in the movie. And yeah, I think I was the only dude in that entire theater, and the theater was packed, and I just kind of went and turned around and was like, oh, it's one of these kind of movies, because I didn't know shit about it. And then it came on, I was like, oh, it's one of these movies.
You just look at Amber like, how dare you?
Where's the nearest ice pick?
Here you go.
Oh, I like that. That's right up her alley. That's a Derpa frog.
All right, so is that the last one?
Hypnotoad.
I think there's one more. Go find your.
Okay, we'll do that, and then we'll do the shout out real quick, and we'll go and wrap up.
So, David, there was a movie that me and their mom went on kind of on a date to, and it was called Galaxy of Terror. Right? We're both into horror movies, and we're gonna go see it. And we were watching this movie, and remember the girl who is like terrified of maggots. So yes. What attacks her? A giant friggin' magnet. So I'm like, I see it like it's like looking like it's gonna bite her face. And I was like,
it's all right, Ryan. How's it going?
I don't want to watch it. I kept putting my hands up, and their mom kept pulling my hands up. She goes, "It's not doing what you think it's doing. You need to watch this. You need." I was like, I don't want to see it bite her face off. It's not gonna bite her face off. And I'm like,
nope. A little worse than that.
Whoa.
No, this is like Evil Dead 1. What's going on here? No.
Yeah.
No, in fairness, no, I've tortured Amber with movies like that as well. Ever since then, it's been like Hollywood chainsaw hookers and all that kind of Hey, babe, you need to come over here and watch this. It's hilarious.
Come on.
The cute dinosaur.
Come on, PG, man. PG Gorman. You need to let her watch that and see what she says.
No, we watched like again, man, that movie was so try hard. The only part in it that I legitimately laughed was whenever he psychically had to talk to the dad in the bathroom, and it was just shouting at him the whole time.
Yeah.
That got a good laugh out of me. There was a couple parts at the beginning, but man, that little girl was just the most
evil. It was like,
and that's the first time in a movie I hope to watch a child get killed or dismembered. I was like, just get her. Just get her.
What about Llamageddon though? Have you watched?
Oh, don't start that.
No, I haven't seen that.
No. It's okay. We can watch llamas get eaten on Skinwalker Ranch.
Did you ever watch Frankenhooker, where the guy accidentally invents cocaine that causes them to explode?
So, hey, Dad.
And then they keep them getting in trouble with the police. Start stitching them back together to make.
So, Dad, my buddy Ryan is asking. He goes, I have a question for John Goodman up in the upper right corner. He goes,
It's a new one.
was it tough working with Roseanne?
Yes, because she was a bitch. Excuse.
Again.
It's that level after hours. Yeah, no, my little niece
What are
is
you
there.
doing down there? You're not
Supposed
supposed
to
to
be
be there hearing me, your grandpa talk like this. Good.
Frank Hooker's laughing my head.
Everyone's trying to stay up.
To be down
Time
here.
to go to bed.
So,
All
right.
Who did the evil laugh just a second ago?
Who do you think?
My
Colin.
granddaughter or you?
Yeah, no, your granddaughter.
oh, yeah,
Oh, no, that
my
was her.
niece.
That was awesome. I can't believe you didn't catch that.
I heard it, but I didn't realize it was her. I feel so ashamed.
That was awesome, Alice.
Well, I don't remember. Logan makes a lot of weird noises.
He is a teenage boy.
My dad's the he's Santa Claus at certain points of the year.
Not gonna say anything. There's pictures though.
So
Sorry. Vecna's coming, so I'm
or
gonna have
or father time. Anyway,
There you go.
the clock
I've played
chimes
many
for
roles
everyone.
in my life. Let's put it that way.
So
I will say before it was Stranger Things, it was fucking Resident Evil, so that's why
Yeah.
I might.
Moon Knight Sonata.
Yeah.
I remember when we were in culinary school, they kept thinking I was Peter Jackson.
That's funny.
Or Kevin Smith. And the list goes on of people that you look like in a certain period of time.
I remember at the con, remember when I really looked like George Lucas for a while, and I was walking with the guy who was in the Wookiee outfit, and some woman comes running up screaming, "Oh my God, it's George Lucas! Oh, I love you!"
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And I was like, the minute I opened my mouth, it's gonna know I'm not George Lucas.
Well, you see, we tried to do this. You got to do that whole voice that he does.
I started sounding like the Godfather when I do.
All right, so
What is it that my father? I mean, you come for me to this day, this special day, and you're gonna do me a favor, and one day you're gonna need me to repay that favor, and I will be there for you. And now I'm almost going into
Christopher Walken.
You see, I kept this
uncomfortable hunk of metal.
piece of metal up my.
May your first grandchild be an honorable Jar Jar Binks.
You know what really makes me mad is because this all got broke, and got like metal in here and everything, and the lip doesn't work and it'll
You're
sag.
slowly becoming cyborg.
I can't do voices as much as I used to, and it
Or metal.
always, it just sounds wrong, and I always either sound like Sean Connery,
Need more
I love
cowbell.
More
cowbells.
I like how J Chip just said that Dad Level Podcast Dad is the real godfather of YouTube Mafia.
Thank you.
I approve this message.
But of course, boy, you're the best.
Yeah.
Losers are always whining about doing
So,
their best.
playing with your dad with G.I.
But
Joes and other
heroes.
things, he did the voices. So it was like, this is even
Yeah,
better
but
than
I
the
can't
cartoon.
do. I
You
remember
can't do
how
it
I used to
anymore,
do
but-
Starscream really good. I tried to do Starscream one day, and I was like, oh, that sounded. I stopped. Somebody thinks somebody's killing a cat in here.
Yeah. But, alright, so. YouTube Mafia. Yes, sir, man. We're right there.
That's
All
my
right.
shirt. Everybody's got. Sometimes it's what is it? Sometimes it's soap.
No,
Mine.
sometimes it's things. Sometimes it's things beyond your control. For everything else, it's always so.
So mine is the what mafia? What is
YouTube
it?
Mafia.
YouTube.
Yeah,
Mafia.
that's our little thing we do. All right, so it's that time, guys. We're gonna go ahead and do the shout out of the show, and I felt it more fitting to give the shout out to Di, since he's been coming on, helping me out with the show. We've been playing Tekken a lot. He's become a really good friend, and I want him to go ahead and talk about his channel for people who don't know. And, I will post a link to his channel in the description. Check him out. Give him a sub. Great dude. All right, Danny.
All right. Well, my channel's mainly a streaming, gaming, anime channel. It's kind of stagnant right now, but it will pick up, no doubt. I'm going to be playing a lot of Tekken and other games, because I'm going to compete more in the esports fighting game community. So I love JRPGs and anime. That's pretty much my channel. So go to a lot of conventions, try to go as many as I can. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man, no problem. I still need to get J-Chip on and Dizzy on. I think it'd be great to have. I want to do the rotation with having somebody on every so often.
Since spooky season's coming up pretty soon, there's something that me and my brother have been talking about doing for a while now, and it will probably we'll talk more about it. But I want to give you guys a little sample of what it's going to consist of if you're interested.
David's all like,
around October, I would like for us to start doing more spooky stuff, like ghost encounters, things that we've experienced in our life, things my dad's gone through.
It's spooky.
Because it's spooky.
it'll creep you out.
And just talk about those types of things. Get in the mood for Halloween coming up in October, and still talk about games and whatnot. But I think having a little spin-off. We talk about scary games, horror games. Silent Hill, Resident Evil, some Dams, things of that nature. But if you guys like that idea, just let us know. But I'm looking forward to it.
And one of the things I'd like to talk about is, taking and making paper mache shrunken heads and giving that out instead of candy, because there's going to be a candy shortage for Halloween. And, it'd be exciting for when the kid gets home and they dump it onto the table and all what little candy they get, and then this head comes rolling out. It'll make their night. Crickets.
Hey,
I'm a cricket farmer.
it's okay. The next time we'll maybe tell the story of the radioactive chickens and why chickens
Oh my
glow.
god.
Radioactive chickens. What?
Yeah.
The ones that glow
Stay
in the
tuned
dark.
stay tuned for maybe an episode later on. We'll talk about it.
Walk in, turn your lights off, and open your freezer, and you'll see light coming from your chickens.
No, mine was different though. Mine was driving on the long road and looking out while you're traveling with it pitch black, and you look over and the chickens were glowing, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" You're like, "Yeah, this is real."
Yeah, you don't see that haze over there, that light in the distance.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here going, "The hell is he talking?" This is when I first started meeting him, and I'm just like, and he had me convinced that the chickens were radioactive. I'm like,
I've done a lot of bad things in my life.
bad.
So wait, hold on. They could actually fold that into the MCU. Just have hold on by and part in that general area.
Yeah.
And the particles.
David gets the best joke of the night.
Of the night, yes, yeah.
There you go.
Wait, no, you talk about She-Hulk, right? She-Hulk's going to do this because
No,
we don't fart.
Nothing can come out of She-Hulk because we're gonna create a whole world of little green things running around.
That's right. No, that's what we need.
And it contain her.
Are we just gonna let that slip that you said things aren't gonna come out of her?
Giggity.
Me, a giggity. Okay, sorry.
Okay. On that note, everyone, we really hope you enjoyed this live episode. Hopefully later on we will do more. For right now, just between how things are going with my job and everything, I want to continue to still do the recorded episodes because eventually I want to put this out as an RSS feed. But in the meantime, for foreseeable future, probably every 10th episode will be a live one. So to kind of make it special instead of being, what we do normally. Then I want to kind of change it up a little bit with what we talk about. So, but we hope you all enjoyed. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
All right, so I haven't stopped it or whatever.
Okay. So die.
Yeah.
You gotta speak up, man. You gotta talk.
Yeah, I know, I do. Yeah.
It's
Don't
okay.
be Don't be bashful. David was bashful once. Now look at him.